sheriff's deputies.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. Sorry, we're running a little late. Thank you all for being here. I normally have some opening comments, which I'm going to save for after we get through Plan Hamilton. But in regards to Plan Hamilton, I think there's a number of you that are here in regards to that, and it is on our agenda today. And so thank you for being here. So what we're going to do is we're going to first hear a presentation from staff. Then we're going to give an opportunity to first our elected officials. If any of them want to speak first, you're welcome to speak first. And you do not have a time limit. Thank you for being here. Our thought here is that it'd be valuable for us to hear from our elected officials and that they do represent you, and that it may be the case that they speak on your behalf, and you may, after hearing from them, may not feel the need to say anything. Maybe you still do. If you're here and you represent a larger area and you're speaking on the behalf of many people and you're recognized in that position, currently we have 2 people that will be speaking on behalf of larger groups. Is that right, Karen? It's the Area 9 Citizens Committee, and I think, is Jason Farmer here? Hey, Jason. And you're going to be speaking on behalf of a larger group as well? Okay. You'll have 10 minutes each. And then there may be a number of other people here that want to speak. And if you're here and you want to speak, what I will ask is at some point in time, hopefully the folks that are over here on the right side of the room will dwindle. And if you want to speak, you can get out of your chair, line up here on this side of the room, and come up to the mic. Make sure to state your name and address for our records. And then each of you will have 3 minutes to speak. We'll have a clock right here that I can see. I don't know if you can, but when your time's up, your time's up. So you have a total of 3 minutes, and then we'll want to hear from the person that's behind you. So that's how we'll do the first part of our meeting, and then we'll jump into our normal agenda. Karen, did I miss anything in regards to opening comments?
I believe that's it.
Hamilton? Okay. All right. Karen, it's all yours.
Okay. My name is Karen Rennick, and I'm presenting on Plan Hamilton. And I gave Planning Commission a heads up that this presentation is going to be longer than normal. We try to keep presentations pretty brief at Planning Commission because we do have so many people that attend. But this one, just to give you a heads up, is in the 20 to 25 minute time frame because we're covering a lot of ground here. We're going to go through the process, and this is really updating Planning Commission since the last meeting in May. What specifically is on Planning Commission's agenda today: status of current plans, Plan Hamilton to date, and implementation and next steps. So the last time the Regional Planning Commission heard this was on May 12th, 2025. And as a reminder to Planning Commission, and this is Planning Commission passed a resolution for the Hamilton County Board of Commissioners to review Plan Hamilton and proposed amendments, act on the proposed amendments, and provide the Regional Planning Commission amended Plan Hamilton for Planning Commission adoption of a regional comprehensive plan. The numbers are mine. When we presented at County Commission, we kind of said there are 4 things that this resolution is doing. But just to remind you that that staff had changes, Planning Commission recommended a change, and there were changes coming out of the public process. Planning Commission moved those on to County Commission for feedback. And then at that June 11th County Commission meeting, part of the presentation was noting that the resolution on the County Commission agenda was not for plan adoption, but rather review and direction from Planning Commission. At that time, County Commission put 2 items on the agenda. One was to adopt Plan Hamilton as the regional plan for Hamilton County. The other was to adopt Plan Hamilton with amendments, and both those resolutions were tabled at County Commission at June 18th. So between that meeting and mid-August, there were a couple discussions on Plan Hamilton at County Commission. I'm going to really focus on action that was taken on August 20th, 2025. And I'll be mentioning several items from this resolution, and some of them are reading as these are direction from County Commission to both the Regional Planning Agency staff and Planning Commission. The caption is a resolution advising the Regional Planning Commission and the Regional Planning Agency that it is the will of the Hamilton County Commission to change Plan Hamilton in accordance with the specified changes. And those changes are in the document, and we'll discuss those. And so there were handouts that has the Planning Commission resolution. This resolution is part of it, and updated maps. I think we had 100 of those, so hopefully most people in the audience were able to grab one. Those are also in front of you. So if you, for some reason, don't have yours, please let me know. So this is a screenshot of the resolution. I am going to read several of these whereases, as it makes several points. Whereas the Hamilton County Commission recognizes the importance of Plan Hamilton as a guiding document for the orderly growth, development, and sustainability of Hamilton County. And whereas the Hamilton County Commission has reviewed proposed changes to Plan Hamilton as detailed in the resolution below. Whereas these changes are intended to ensure that Plan Hamilton aligns with the current and future needs of the community, promoting responsible land use, economic development, and quality of life for all residents. And whereas the Hamilton County Commission seeks to advise the Regional Planning Commission and the Regional Planning Agency that is the will of the Commission to incorporate these changes into Plan Hamilton to reflect the county's vision for sustainable and equitable development. Whereas it is a desire of the Hamilton County Commission that the Regional Planning Commission would adopt Plan Hamilton with these changes as the area plan for the unincorporated areas of Hamilton County, with the intent of it being included as part of the adopted comprehensive area plan. And whereas after the Regional Planning Commission adopts the plan, it will be transmitted for review and adoption by the Commission if it be the desire of the Hamilton County Commission at that time. And so the changes mentioned in the resolution, I know you can't read this. This is just to show the Hamilton County Commission resolution had a series of bullet points, and we will go through these in a bit. There are also 3 sections in the Hamilton County resolution. Section 1 is that it now therefore be it resolved that the Hamilton County Commission, Hamilton County, Tennessee, that the Regional Planning Commission and the Regional Planning Agency are hereby advised, this is the will of the Hamilton County Commission, to change Plan Hamilton in accordance with the following changes. That the Regional Planning Agency shall undertake all necessary steps to review, process, and implement said changes in a timely manner consistent with applicable laws, regulations, and planning procedures. And that's what we have done, and brings us to today's meeting. So on today's agenda, a resolution to adopt Plan Hamilton as the regional plan for the incorporated areas of Hamilton County, Tennessee, does hereby recommend adoption of Plan Hamilton, the Hamilton County Board of Commissioners. The resolution as drafted really does 2 things, and I apologize when I downloaded that. It's repeated the one. It adopts Plan Hamilton, which is the documents as follows and attached, and there are several large folders sitting around. That's all the documents, should you choose to reference those. And with the changes as shown under the recommended changes is shown on the table in the attached place type maps. So we're going to go through these 2 steps. The first is the Planning Commission resolution is drafted, adopts Plan Hamilton, which is the documents as follows. So you'll notice the posting dates for Area 8, Area 9, Area 12, and Area 13 have that April date. That was the last date. These were updated with the posting change, and those were the plans that were before you at the May meeting. You notice the Area 7 plan does have a updated posting date. And the Area 7 plan, and only Area 7 has the following text added to it: a new policy, amend zoning regulations for Area 7 to change the method of calculating developable area density from a gross to net density base, specify that certain land features, including water bodies, ponds, stream buffers, karst areas, mines, steep slopes, and all infrastructure, including stormwater and wastewater facilities, are to be protected from development, excluded from the net density calculation. And we have been tracking progress and changes along the way. And if you're interested in other changes, there's a tracking sheet on the main Plan Hamilton website. The second item is with the changes, remember, those plans that we just talked about with the dates shown, with its changes as shown under recommended change. And we're going to go through those and the updated place type maps. And so we did not edit all those plans. We know that this is a public hearing. Something may come out of that. Instead of editing all 5 plans that make up Plan Hamilton. We have been trying to track them. So if you read the plans back in April, you're up to date, and we're just talking about the changes at this point. So your resolution in front of you has a table, and it has changes per the resolution number 82518. The plans that are impacted, some of them are all plans, some of them will just note a certain plan, the current text if needed, and then the recommended change. So some of the items coming from the county commission resolution were pretty simple, like delete text. Some needed to be amended to, or excuse me, kind of massaged to have a change of language, and that's shown under recommended change. So the county commission, we took those county commission changes and generally grouped them to these 4 categories as shown, and we're going to work through them kind of in these buckets of categories. So I am not going to go through each of the text items. We're here certainly at the end if you'd like to come back and touch on any of them. I'm going to highlight certain ones that I think are of particular interest, having sat through the discussion on Plan Hamilton and with Planning Commission. So one of the first items, and the ones I'm going to focus on are the ones that are bolded, was to delete the entire section about plan change process and updated section. An update section, this is going to be grouped in with another change at the end. I know this is important, and we'll come back and discuss that. On this slide, it's again deleting the appendices except for a Chamber of Commerce letter. I'm bringing this to Planning Commission's attention because in May, that was one of the changes that Planning Commission recommended, was deleting the appendices that is in here, but keeping the Chamber of Commerce memo. Map changes, we focus on deleting the CR 2.5 place type. Again, I'm reading specifically from the County Commission resolution here. Delete the CR 2.5 place type in areas 8 and 9, converting these areas to countryside residential if sewer is not available, or suburban residential if sewer is available, based on density changes above, and we'll talk about those density places in a moment. So CR 2.5 is a countryside residential place type. The maximum density of 2.5 is what that nomenclature is for, and it was only an area in 8 and 9. So staff had to come up with a methodology for this. And so parcels previously, so we're only talking about areas 8 and 9, plans 8 and 9, and then the 2.5 designation. So this is starting to limit that. Parcels previously designated countryside residential 2.5 that front existing sewer lines were designated as suburban residential. And we looked at GIS files provided to us and had some discussion with Hamilton County, our Hamilton County partners. If sewer was deemed not available, the remaining areas remained as countryside residential, and we dropped that 2.5 nomenclature. So there are areas when we get a sewer file that show that there is sewer, in the ground, but because capacity is constrained or so limited, in these areas, the place type designation remained countryside residential. So again, I'm going to go through this quickly. So area 8 and 9, area just generally, the area north of Sequoia Access Road went from countryside residential 2.5 to countryside residential, except for some properties fronting along Sequoia Access, went to suburban residential. And then the western side, that's kind of the Boy Scout Middle Valley, that went from 2.5 to properties fronting along Middle Valley Road, went to suburban residential due to sewer availability. Area 9, 2.5 designation was along the Ottawa Georgetown Road corridor north of 75. That was due to constrained sewer, went to 2. And then also on Highway 58, just north of the bridge, there's an area 2.5 that went to 2. There is a little availability, and so just some frontage parcels along Highway 58 north of the bridge went to suburban residential. And these changes are shown on the map because it's very hard just to describe them in a table. So next, again, talking about place type. Place types describe those recommended land uses. These are text changes. One of the main changes here is the County Commission resolution stated change countryside residential density to 1.5 dwelling unit per acre if on septic, 3 units per acre if on sewer, and 2.57 dwelling units per acre on decentralized sewer systems, or where new approved technology allows, subject to change if new information or technological improvements to decentralized systems become available in all appropriate areas of all plans. And so the text change is shown to the right. We'll note that the language was staff's recommended text change includes where new information or technological improvements to the decentralized system become available, staff will present information to the county commission for direction. So coming from county commission, it talked about subject to change of new information. This was just confirming that staff would follow up with county commission to get guidance regarding that change. And also the density change tables in each plan have been changed to reflect this revised recommended countryside residential place type. Another recommended place type change was changing the countryside residential development standards bullet point paragraph floodplains by changing 2/3 to 3/4 and the number 67 to 75 in all plans to reduce development floodplains by 25%. There is revised language to the right, or just cleaning that up with the same intent. I did want to take a chance that currently there are no restrictions on filling the 100-year floodplain in unincorporated county except as required by FEMA. So current regulations permit development fill in 100% of the floodplain. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you, Brian. So regulations permit development fill in 100% of the floodplain. So this is recommending a change. This plan language doesn't actually change the floodplain regulations, but does give some directions regarding future action. Okay, min change text. So 4 more slides of these changes. Change the plan change process to allow changes for one side of the river every other month, alternating sides in all appropriate areas of all plans to permit changes 6 times per year per side of the river is a reasonable compromise. So this, a few slides back, I mentioned another change to the plan change process. That recommendation was to delete the entire section in the plan change process and updated sections to prevent plan additional requirements post-adoption. So staff took both of those, and the recommended change is shown here, which is pretty much a cut and paste from the county commission resolution. So sorry, for some reason, if yes, I'm sorry. So as a it is changing that to be exactly what it said. So if there is a plan amendment, not just a rezoning case, it's in line with the plan. If there's a need to amend the plan, those would happen every other month on either side of the river. One other change was existing zoning density and conditions should not be overridden by Plan Hamilton for platting purposes in residential or commercial zones, but all setbacks and buffering language should apply to new preliminary plats, those not already accepted by RPA. Staff worked that into a section and noted at the time of plan adoption. So those not already accepted by RPA at the plan of adoption, just to give a trigger. But this is just a reminder too, that there's property already zoned R1 residential and property that has a PUD on it in our countryside residential areas or suburban residential areas that can move forward that are not intended to be overridden by Plan Hamilton for platting purposes. So this is, we discussed this briefly, something very similar language in May, and this is in the County Commission resolution. That would be a new section. And just note that occasionally I have area 9, some of their plan numbering is a little off, and so you'll just note those occasionally on the slides. And lastly, 2 other changes out of the County Commission resolution. Setbacks and buffering requirements should also apply to residential plats and ag zones. That's coming in as a policy, and the staff recommended change. And A1 zoning should be amended to reflect the change to 1.5 units per acre on traditional septic and should remain unchanged on sewer. And that comes in as a new policy each plan to amend the A1 agricultural district to change the maximum density to 1.5 dwelling unit per acre on traditional septic. That doesn't, this text amendment or this change, and adopting the plan does not change A1, just to be clear. That would be a potential future action. So we're going to switch gears. State law sets the function and duty of the Regional Planning Commission to make and adopt general regional plan for the physical development of the region. We do have a regional development plan. The comprehensive plan 2030 is the current regional plan that meets that state law requirement. It was adopted in 2016, updated in 2018, and 2021. We also have area plans for the unincorporated county. They're listed on the screen. And it is hard to see, but the pinkish area generally shows the areas of the unincorporated county that have some sort of land use updated policy. The comp plan does provide some guidance, but mostly you'll see particularly to the north, we have much of unincorporated Hamilton County does not have an area plan that provides more specific land use guidance at this time. So where does Plan Hamilton stand now? This is discussion in respect to the Planning Commission resolution. So the plans is as written to date with the changes. So when I speak about Plan Hamilton, I'm talking about the plan documents with those changes that were given to us by County Commission. So Plan Hamilton is a guide for future physical development, unincorporated Hamilton County, and it can do many things, but one of the most common things informs future rezoning decisions. It's intended to replace the current comprehensive plan for the unincorporated county and sunset and replace those other plans that were shown on the prior slide. So the plan recommends land use in terms of place types. So we're calling them place types, but they're really a future land use or recommended land use. Place types do not change zoning. Zoning is a legislative action by County Commission. Only County Commission can change zoning regulations or rezone property. No property is being rezoned by Plan Hamilton. So this slide is intending to make the distinction between a plan and zoning. And so this little blue bar you're going to see on a couple slides, just as a reminder, we are talking about adopting a plan, not amending the zone, amending a zone or amending the zoning regulations. There is I think, an intent with the plan, but does not change zoning itself. So an example of that is that we have a plan recommendation. We talked about amending the ag district to change the maximum density to 1.5 dwelling unit per acre on traditional septic. That plan recommendation, if get adopted, would still require a zoning change. So the A1 agriculture district would still have to be amended to make that happen. So here's an example of, we have a plan recommendation that talks about zoning, but does not change zoning. Only amending the zoning regulations would put that requirement in place, or a zoning condition or rezoning action. So we pulled data together to give a snapshot of our overall recommended land use place types. So one of the maps that you have is kind of the overall view of unincorporated Hamilton County. And looking at that, that's kind of given that overall snapshot. And we're going to talk to these a little bit more specifically. 73% of the acreage in Plan Hamilton is recommended as countryside residential. Almost 13% is preserved from development. That's most often existing state parks or some other conservation or parkland. 11.5% of the land use is recommended as suburban residential. 0.3% is resort recreation, and 1.7% is kind of an everything else category, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And then also, to get us to 100% of the acreage, McDonald Farm is shown as separate. So there's a screenshot from Area 13, which shows there's no color on McDonald Farm. It denotes McDonald Farm, but does not have a designated place type. McDonald Farm is still under study, and the maps reflect that there's not a recommended place type for that. So just noting, for 73% of countryside residential, just mentioned, that's 147,000 acres. Suburban residential is about 11.5% of the acreage at 23,000 acres. And this is for the entirety of Plan Hamilton. Each kind of area has a different breakup, but this is for overall. So we do have just a reminder of that County Commission change when we're thinking about future development, that existing zoning density and conditions should not be overridden by Plan Hamilton. So while we're thinking about future land use in countryside residential, we do have properties that are already zoned R1 or have an R1 and a PUD in place that can move forward into platting. We do have projects underway that will not be overridden by Plan Hamilton. And that, when I say projects underway, I would mean where zoning action has already been taken by County Commission. So countryside residential, again, 73% of the proposed land use, or thinking about our future land use in unincorporated county. It's a rural character, single-family homes in the county's agriculture and farming areas. So production of crops, livestock, forestry uses, ag services businesses. We have everything from roadside vegetable stands to larger production facilities. Predominant uses in this area are single unit detached homes and farming activities and kind of all those associated buildings that would go along with a farm. And so with the county commission change with the density, maximum density as follows: 1.5 on septic, 3 on sewer, and 2.75 on decentralized. And again, that new technology allows coming back and speaking with county commission about that for guidance. We're going to take a couple slides. This has come up in the public process, and we're going to take about 5 slides to talk about the importance of farming and agriculture to Hamilton County. We heard that through our surveys. We've heard that at pretty much every public hearing about Plan Hamilton. Countryside residential, one of the primary uses is as farming activities and accessory buildings, barns, greenhouses, everything that goes along with that. Currently, 83% of the acreage in unincorporated Hamilton County is zoned A1, and approximately 84,000 acres are used for an agricultural use. One thing we've learned going through this process is that we need to do a better job as planners mapping our agricultural land uses. And so I do appreciate feedback we've gotten on that. We know that someone probably has a farm or an agricultural activity that's not shown on that map, and that's something that we are already working on improving. So Plan Hamilton does not recommend any changes to the A1 zoning district to remove or restrict agricultural uses or farming practices. So that's saying there's no recommendations on zoning. There is that countryside residential where a lot of these farms are going to be and ag uses are going to be in that. We do have some development standards related to buffering, setbacks from right-of-ways, perimeter buffers, and that's really talking about properties that are going through the rezoning process or the subdivision platting process, even though we do have farms in that area. So last slide, the plan does also have some does have language supporting farms and agriculture uses and additional work that may need to be done. I'm just going to speak to 2 of these. I'm going to pick 2 out right now. Initiate new strategies to preserve rural lifestyles, agriculture production, associated land, and work with national, state, and local conservation organizations to develop a program for purchase and protection of environmentally sensitive lands, prime agricultural parcels, and recreational assets. Just some examples of how farming and ag uses are supported in the plan. So suburban residential, it's about 11.5% of the acres. We mentioned that already. This is primarily consist of single-family detached homes. It does talk about smaller lot homes or townhomes could be along a major corridor near a school, but the density tables in the plan show 5 dwelling units in acres, the max density. So that would have to inform kind of that use, thinking about that density cap. And then area 9 slightly different. Again, this is one of those areas where it's the language is a little bit different. Then talking about the other, so we know that quite a bit of the property is reserved for residential uses and farming activities. That leaves us with 1.7% of Plan Hamilton's recommendation is this other. That's retail, mixed use, offices, multifamily housing, industrial uses, campus. Just picking, if we take out schools, the landfill, and Sequoia nuclear plant, that gives us, that's 44% of that area, existing uses. So when we think about 3,300 acres, sounds like a lot. 44% of that, we take out the landfill, the plant, and school sites, that's already bringing that number down. But that's where those other uses would be accommodated in the county. So where Plan Hamilton with the changes is now, and so that is the plans with the changes as directed from County Commission. We have an updated comprehensive plan. We have an updated future land use plan. We have guidance for rezoning cases, including residential density and recommended locations of non-residential development. We have a list of identified infrastructure needs. We have recommendation to address some development impacts, including limiting fill in the floodplains and development buffering and setbacks. So today's agenda and next steps. Just a few more slides. I appreciate everyone's time. RPA was directed by the County Commission to undertake all necessary steps to review, process, and implement said changes in a timely manner. That is what we feel is done through the recommended changes column in your the Planning Commission resolution. So also notes that whereas after the Regional Planning Commission adopts the plan, it would be transmitted for review and adoption by the Hamilton County Commission if it be the desire of the Hamilton County Commission at that time. State law has a process for adoption and then amending a plan. State law says that once the Planning Commission of the region has adopted and certified the general regional plan, well, it can transmit that certification to the county, requesting the legislative body's consideration adoption of the regional plan. While Planning Commission is required to have a general regional plan, a comprehensive plan, it is not required. That same requirement is not for the County Commission. So Plan Hamilton, we are proceeding as if the Board of Commissioners will adopt this plan by resolution. If their legislative body adopts the general regional plan in the form of an ordinance resolution by the county, then any land use decision thereafter made by the legislative body, Planning Commission, or Board of Zoning Appeals must be consistent with the general regional plan. So this is the path we're on. That'll be up for the County Commission, of course, to determine if and when they would like to adopt the plan. And just a note that Planning Commission adoption of Plan Hamilton does not trigger the state law consistency requirement, and the plan can be used as a guide. And last slide. The action is for adoption today. Planning Commission, of course, can act on the resolution, amend the resolution, lots of actions available. If adopted, staff will certify the plan to send it to the state and others. There's a list of other groups we're supposed to send it to in state law. Our state law gives us guidance. And we, if adopted, will send the plan to the County Commission. There's a to be determined date. We plan on seeking guidance from County Commission for if and when they would like that placed on the agenda. So normally we'll be like, here's the date you should go to County Commission. We don't have that today. That is to be determined. And also you'll note a date pending with Planning Commission action again. Should County Commission decide to take action or request changes or amend the plan, this is just a placeholder to know that Planning Commission could respond to those. If it goes to County Commission, something else happens, so Planning Commission can be in line with County Commission. This is just a placeholder for us to be prepared should that happen. And Mr. Chair, that is it. Thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions or go to something else if you'd like, or I'm available after public comment also.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Are there any questions for staff before we start hearing public comment? All right, so we'll start with any elected officials that wish to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Graham, Hamilton County Commissioner, District 11. There's been a lot of discussion on this, been a lot of meetings on this, and in District 11, we've only got 16% of the unincorporated areas, but we have a lot of the same concerns. Some of the concerns that have come to me in a form of neighborhood meetings and a lot of emails and a lot of phone calls is the flooding. And so I'm not here to talk about density. I'm not here to talk about my vote unless you all have questions for my vote. But I was asked by many people in my district to talk about the flooding. So right now, without this plan, you can fill 100% of your property. With this plan, it recommends that we drop it down to 75%. The people in my district, or most of the people that I've been involved with, want to see that lower. They want to see 60, 65%, some more of a compromise. I know this whole plan is a compromise, right? I know it's a way to compromise everybody's opinion, but I just wanted to express the views of District 11. This is not my personal views. This is the views of my district, and they asked me to come here today to present that we could find a smaller percentage in the floodplain. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. David Sharp, Hamilton County Commissioner, District 6. It's not often that Commissioner Graham and I find ourselves on the same side of an argument, but I do agree with him wholeheartedly with regard to this issue. I've heard from many constituents and also have personal concern, particularly after witnessing multiple high rainfall incidents over the course of the last few weeks. Floodwater and the effects that it has on neighboring properties is something of significant concern for, I believe, everyone in our community. And I too agree that we should be building on a smaller percentage of floodplain. The numbers that Commissioner Graham mentioned, I believe I could be agreeable to those numbers. I know that after this plan is ultimately adopted, there will be additional work done regarding subdivision regulations that could further mitigate floodwaters on neighboring properties. And I intend to work closely with those involved with that work to assist in that very goal. So I just wanted to state that for the record, for your consideration. And I look forward to taking this matter up on the County Commission soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief because y'all have heard everything you can possibly hear over the past few months or read in the newspaper. I'm Gene Shipling, Commissioner, District 1. There's all kind of concerns of roads. Our fire department's been overstressed by high density. Our schools is one of the biggest problems I think we face. In my area up there right now, in the Sale Creek area, one of the areas I represent, the schools are at capacity. Down in the Say Daisy area, I have 5 schools to capacity. One big tract built out of 200 to 400 homes pretty well, puts us in portable units. I made a living in construction. I know we have to have it. We need to be building, but we need to slow it down a little bit. The Hamilton County government catch up. Let's get some things in place. You know, we just borrowed a lot of money, bond, 250 million schools. We cannot borrow no more money for 3 years. So if we have situations here to where we can't provide proper school buildings for our children, what do we do? Now, I'm not asking you to stop building, slow it down. Consider today the people in this room and all across this county that are asking, please slow it down. Send it back to us and the commission, RPA, and let us work on it again before you approve it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Jeff Eversole, Commissioner for District 10. I'd like to delay my response till after the folks that have taken off work today to come speak. I'd like to speak after them, out of respect for them coming today. It's okay.
Mr. Chair, Planning Commissioners, my name is Clay Crumbless. I'm the Vice Mayor of Signal Mountain. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here representing the citizens of Signal Mountain as an elected council member and Vice Mayor of the town. You all received a letter on Friday on behalf of our town signed by Mayor Elizabeth Baker and me, along with a copy of resolution number 2025-48, which I believe you also have in your packets. And we have requested that this be entered into the record of today's RPC meeting. I'm here on behalf of our residents who are also residents and citizens of Hamilton County to express and reiterate our strong opposition to the current version of Plan Hamilton as it has been recommended to this body by the Hamilton County Board of Commissioners. Specifically, we are opposed to the one-size-fits-all density standards and the suggested removal of the professional planners' critical policy recommendations that directly impact our town citizens and all residents who live and work on the Walden Plateau. It is imperative that Plan Hamilton be amended to include specific policies for County District 2 or Plan Area 7. These amendments should include District 2 specific density standards that take into consideration the unique safety, environmental, and infrastructure concerns of the Walden Plateau. This is not a matter of convenience. It's primarily an issue of public safety given the lack of reliable roadway access to the ridgetop. While we are not opposed to development on the ridgetop, our goal is to promote and encourage future development that is manageable, sustainable, and above all, safe. It is of particular concern that, as each of you know, this plan is highly compromised and deeply unpopular. Some 90+% of Hamilton County residents are opposed to it. It is this body's and that of the Hamilton County Commission's responsibility to listen to the people, slow down, assess each district in its own unique circumstances. As for District 2, and with the support of our County Commissioner, Chip Baker, we are requesting an amendment to create a new place type. In the spirit of the countryside residential type that currently encompasses most of the unincorporated county on the Walden Plateau, we suggest a new place type, something creative like mountaintop residential that would only apply to elevations above 1,550 feet. In this place type, we propose density standards of 2 dwellings per acre on centralized sewer, 1.5 dwellings per acre on decentralized wastewater systems, and 0.5 dwellings per acre on septic. Under no circumstances should Plan Hamilton density standards on the plateau be higher than or equal to those of our municipal standards until, at a minimum, the county brings emergency services and infrastructure on the ridgetop to an equal, appropriate, and safe level. We ask today for your careful consideration to amend Plan Hamilton to include our suggested changes with respect to District 2. These are essential to preserve our existing roadway infrastructure, conserve our fragile environment, and ensure the utmost safety of our residents, particularly, God forbid, in the event of a catastrophic emergency on the ridgetop. Thank you for your time.
I'm Miles Jorgensen, 1214 James Boulevard, Signal Mountain. I was elected last November up there. I'm not necessarily speaking on behalf of the town. Clay has done that for me. I do second everything he's said. And as you guys probably know, we did have a unanimous vote up there to send our recommendations to you guys. What I want to say today is I've lived in Hamilton County for 42 years. I work at the old DuPont plant across the river. I'm their environmental engineer. Every day I deal with an overflooded sewer system in the city of Chattanooga that, there's consideration to build another sewer plant across town to accommodate it due to the combined stormwater sewer system. There's an EPA order about that, and everybody in here's had their water bill and their sewer bill increase as a result of this over the last 10, 15 years. I've got family that live in Ottawa. I've got family that live in Saudi Daisy. I've got family that live in Collegedale. I've got, of course, I live on Signal Mountain. So we're all over the place. And all the people I've talked to in my personal life are not for this. And then for me personally, living on Signal Mountain, we already deal with overcrowded streets. The traffic up there has increased substantially due to the development that's already happened up there on the back of in the Hamilton County property and in the Sequatchie County property. And I don't think adding more impervious surfaces, stuff like that, that could impact runoff off the mountain, impacting people in the city of Chattanooga, impacting some county employees off the mountain or county citizens off the mountain as well. And then, again, I sit in 20 to 30-minute traffic every morning driving my middle schooler to school every morning because we don't have the roads for that. That's kind of unique to us, but looking at it both from the town council position and the personal position, I've seen a lot of the problems, dealt with a lot of them at many different levels. And my view is that the plan as it currently is needs revision before it is passed. Thank you.
Were there any other elected officials that wish to speak?
I'm going to reserve my
Okay, thank you. And is Commissioner Highlander here? Oh, sir, do you wish to speak now?
Mr. Chairman, Steve Highlander, District 9. With your permission, I would like to do the same thing Commissioner Eversole is. Let the people of my district speak first, with your permission.
Yeah,
and then
that'd be
I'll
fine.
follow. Thank you.
All right. Who's going to speak for the Area 9 Citizens Committee? Okay. Can you set the clock for 10 minutes?
Actually, there's going to be three of us. I'm going to be brief. I'm Don Johnson, 7708 Diamond Head Drive, Ottawa, Tennessee. I do represent a small group of people from Hamilton County. We actually helped write the Area 9 plan. Let me start out. Let me start out with some of the words that I'm going to repeat a little bit of what I've heard already. But according to the Reagan-Smith survey, prior to even writing the plans, 92% of the people in unincorporated Hamilton County stated their number one priority was in the growth plan was to preserve the county's rural character, including the farmland. More recently, a poll performed by the Chattanooga had an equivalent results of about 90% were against the changes to the plan. Across the county, residents repeatedly stated their displeasure with the direction of the county is going in and believe that we are being overdeveloped. Based on the desires of most of the county residents, we recommend that the resolution 825-18 should not be approved, but we do recommend approving the county area plans as written. Let me talk a little bit about what the resolution is going to do. It's going to raise the density of the entire county, not just small areas, the entire county. It's going to raise the emergency response time due to congestion on our highways. It does not put growth where the adequate infrastructure or jobs are. With the resolution, it does not align with the residents' vision of goals and for the community. Increasing density will continue to increase the current $135 million backlog of infrastructure repairs. This resolution will lead to a future tax increase for everyone because tax revenues do not cover the cost of the total infrastructure requirements. Several of our peer counties have already recognized this and are making changes. Now, let me ask you, how does this align with the Plan Chattanooga? I believe you all are going to look at that also. So we kind of took a look at Plan Chattanooga, and here's some of the things that we saw in there. The plan focuses on the growth where the infrastructure already exists. It focuses on the urban infill locations, less growth in the outlying suburbs and the rural areas. It focuses on growth outside of the floodplains and not on steep slopes. Focuses on the prevention of natural resources, preservation of natural resources, and it ensures that new developments is adequately served by the infrastructure upon completion of the development. Based on this, the Plan Hamilton and the draft city plan are pretty well aligned without the resolution. However, adding in the resolution really causes the county to diverge from the city. Every other county we have benchmarked has realized they can't afford the infrastructure with the new development requires. That's why they're taking active measures to slow the rate of growth to make it both affordable and manageable. Other counties that we benchmark are achieving this through limiting or stopping rezonings, increasing minimum lot sizes, which will decrease the density, pushing growth to the suburban areas and existing infrastructure, and not approving rezoning requests that are not in the plan. The question is, are we going in the right direction with this resolution? Are we much smarter than some of the other progressive, more fast-growing counties? We think the time is for change. Hamilton County area plans are the roadmaps for responsible growth that the county needs and the citizens want. The builder's resolution is not a positive change and in a direction, but it increases the building density that citizens don't want and the county really can't afford. So please consider not approving the resolution, but we do hope you support the base plans. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to,
Hi, my name is Kurt Wells, 1848 Vandergrift Road, Signal Mountain. The very first change proposed by this resolution removes a critical protection specific to Signal Mountain, requiring geotechnical reports for new subdivisions due to the history of coal mining in the area. The Home Builders Association claims that current regulations sufficiently address report requirements, and county staff has stated that they hope developers do the right thing about coal mines. My home is in a subdivision with 3 collapsed coal mine tunnels 50 feet away from my back deck, and no one can tell me how far they go under my house. I can tell you from experience that current regulations do not adequately address necessary report requirements, and that sometimes developers don't do the right thing. Individual county districts face unique challenges and require different regulations. You can't pretend one size fits all just because it's more profitable for developers and home builders. Thank you.
Bo Duval, Coulterville Road. Agriculture, commerce, and farms should not be diminished on a land use and mapped as non-existent. Let me rephrase that. I apologize. Agriculture, commerce, and farms should not be diminished on a land use plan and mapped as non-existent. A land use plan needs to reflect the actual land use. This underrepresents the existence of farms. We cannot just bury our vital life support, which is farms and food. It's imperative. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have 2 parts. One is Plan Hamilton Countryside Residential. How will you document who is grandfathered in to be an actual farm? Do they have to have a farm number and a tract number through the USDA's Farms Service Agency? Do they have to be registered greenbelts through the tax assessor's office, which are 15 acres or more, an ag product? It's also been said that you need further educational sessions in agriculture. So I have some resources to give you that I've also provided Karen Rennick, the interim director with RPA. If you are interested in getting these additional agriculture education sessions, because agritourism brings a lot of money into our county. So you can contact Shorty Beatty with the Hamilton County Soil and Water Conservation District. She's director. She would be happy to get you in touch with the individuals that you need to speak to, including our new Tennessee State Department Agriculture Commissioner, Andy Holt, as well as get you in touch with Kevin Hensley with the Farm Bureau. He is the director there. And Charles Martinez, the assistant professor with the Agriculture and Resources Economics with the UT State Institute. I would really hope that you understand, as it's been said, we do not need to go in a cookie cutter fashion. We are going to be setting a precedence with this vote that is going to be emulated throughout other counties besides Hamilton County in this state. They're looking at what we're going to do. We're a trendsetter. Let's set a trend that shows them that we can honor our past with farming, which is the cornerstone to the wealth of this county, that we still spend these dollars today, that we can do new growth in a responsible way that puts a focus on catching up failing infrastructure, overcrowded schools, with new schools being built that will also come to capacity by the time they're finished building. Let's give our future generations something to be proud of, that they can one day sit in these seats and be proud to sit there and not try to undo this mess. Please protect agriculture and agribusiness. Thank you.
Jason.
My name is Jason Farmer. I'm the 2025 president of the Greater Chattanooga Association of Home Builders. Our spokesman, Julian Bell, is traveling today. I'm going to speak, but we have a couple of other speakers that are going to speak as well. Hayden Croxall Construction is going to go first.
My name is Hayden Croxall. My address is 6224 Air Park Road. I'm in construction, specializing in custom home building. I'll clarify that I've never built a spec home. First, I want to say how much I appreciate the time and effort that so many individuals on both sides of the issue have invested in researching and discussing this important topic, the future of our county. However, it is important to remember the decisions we are making are truly not for the individuals in this room, but for the children who sit in our schools today. They are unable to share their voices, so it is up to us to recognize the weight of what we are discussing and to make decisions not based on the emotions of today, but on the realities of the future. Prior to going into construction, I was a teacher and coach at the Howard School, where I had the privilege of watching young men and women grow into hardworking adults. Today, as a husband, father of 9, 5 adopted and 4 biological, and a business owner, I am proud to employ 4 of my former students. When purchasing my first home, I benefited from acquiring it from my father, a contractor, at a reduced cost, with my father covering my down payment. This support underscores the privilege that has facilitated my personal and professional growth. That support made all the difference in my ability to provide for my family and begin the process of building generational wealth. My students at the Howard School do not have that advantage. Out of the hundreds I taught, only 2, both of whom work with me, have been able to purchase homes. Both achieved this milestone in the past year. It took years of saving up, all while housing prices continued to rise, but they finally achieved this goal. Well, it is a goal of mine to see my other 2 former students who now work with me purchase homes of their own. For too many hardworking young men and women in Hamilton County, the dream of homeownership remains out of reach. And as Chattanooga and Hamilton County continue to attract individuals and families from across the nation, the constraint on affordable housing will continue to rise. That is why I support the Planning Commission's resolution. Responsible development, as presented in the resolution, is necessary if we are serious about creating housing opportunities for people like my former students. Without it, land and housing costs will continue to rise, and our next generation of workers and families will be forced to look outside Hamilton County for affordable options. This isn't about unchecked growth, as the resolution presented has sought to emphasize a balanced approach. It's about giving young people a chance at homeownership and ensuring families can remain in the communities they love. The decision you make today will shape the future of Hamilton County. It will determine whether future Howard School graduates, some of the hardest working young men and women I know, will be able to live and thrive here, build generational wealth here, and pursue the American dream here, or whether we will lose them to neighboring counties and states more focused on facilitating the opportunity for homeownership and generational wealth. This resolution facilitates a plan where Hamilton County might remain a place where opportunity and homeownership are within reach for all and not just a select few. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike Price, MAP Engineers. As you debate on this particular resolution, understand that I heard Karen say at least 4 times, it is the will of the commission. It was a close vote, but it was clear the majority said, this is what we ask you to pass today. So as you consider your actions today, don't forget that the majority of commissioners asked you to pass this. Secondly, there has been quite a bit of conversation about how this is going to increase the density in agricultural. It's a false narrative. Why? R1 and PUDs in the future are dead. Developers will not be seeking those because this plan cuts off the ability to do so. It reduces the density in A1 on septic to 1.5 units per acre. Well, that is a reduction. The other side says, well, we're going to get increased because we increased it to 3 on if we're on sewers and 2.5 if we're on decentralized. Remember the fact that the County Commission recently had the WWTA change the regulations for decentralized systems. You can't build what was done up on Signal Mountain. You can't do what the other 2 decentralized systems were. They're too expensive. So you won't be seeing an influx of decentralized systems. And on sewers, the whole area is basically under a moratorium. we're not going to see sewers being expanded out in these areas. So it's a false narrative. There will be a decrease. The other thing is this plan gets revisited in what, 3 years? Is that right, Karen?
The intention is to do, we're looking at a 5-year plan with Plan Hamilton.
Okay, so if it's 5 years, all the moratoriums that we have right now and talking with WWTA staff are longer than 5 years. My point being is, past the plan as it's presented. What that will then allow is let's give it 5 years. It's not like you're going to have sewers expanded out in these areas. The other thing I would point out is that the request of certain cities to request special types of consideration, well, why can't the city of Chattanooga come in and say, we want all the areas that we touch now to be increased in density? You open Pandora's box. Keep in mind that areas on the mountain already face certain limitations. They have very shallow soils. That reduces your density. Steep slopes. There's already provisions in this article and the proposal has presented that already address steep slopes. The buffers and other items that are required into there as it relates to environmental concerns, they're already baked into the densities on what you can achieve. Don't go through and listen to individuals who aren't familiar with development and what it requires and what the impacts are and how you do it properly, sway the decision. The decision should be based upon the facts. The facts are this will reduce density. That's what they asked for. That's what this gives them. Let's give the plan the chance that it deserves. And then in 5 years, if I'm wrong, or if we're wrong, or any of us are wrong, you'll have the chance to adopt it at that point. But the clear
Hold on
point
just a second,
is,
Mr. Price. I don't know, I don't know who's talking other than Mike, but when everybody else has been given the opportunity to talk before Mike, nobody else was talking. So I would just ask you to leave. If you just interrupted Mike, can you please leave? You know who you are. Okay, don't interrupt the person at the microphone.
thank you. So again, the point is, this does reduce the density. It achieves the things that the will of the commission have presented before this body to act on today. So with that, I would ask for you to pass the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you again, Jason Farmer, Home Builders Association of Chattanooga. We've been obviously very engaged in this process. This amendment is not, we're not happy with it. You know, it's not what we initially wanted. This was a process that we went through with RPA, with county commissioners to come to this. We feel like that it is a compromise from the way that the plan has been written. Everything that Mr. Price just said, this is a reduction of density. And we encourage you to vote for the plan as submitted by the county commission, by the majority of the county commission. I'm proud to be a home builder in this town. I'm proud to be a developer in this town. I'm proud of the work that my colleagues and I do. Somebody that looks like me came before me and built roads and built houses for probably everyone in this room. We represent thousands of jobs. We stand here today representing private property rights, undeveloped A1 property that hasn't been bought yet. We are representing them, that they need to be able to sell if they want to a home builder one day. I've bought a bunch of farms in my life. Most of them are hay fields and not tomato farms. I'm not taking food source out. I've bought a bunch of farms in my life. I've never had a farmer say no, that they wouldn't want to sell. Every person I've ever bought from wanted to buy land. Those people ought to be able to sell their land if they want to and not have to preserve farmland. Oftentimes it's their biggest nest egg. We've been called special interests because we stand here representing the Home Builders Association and building and development. I'm proud of the fact that I'm standing here representing sheetrockers and plumbers and electricians and the thousands of jobs that we create. Special interest is also people that don't want any more development in their backyard and want to lock their gates at the bottom of a mountain. Private property rights is important. Home ownership is important. Development. I hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer.
Thank you.
All right, we now want to open it up to anybody else that wishes to speak. I will ask that, make sure to introduce yourself, state your name and address for the record. And then if you would, just out of courtesy to the person who's at the microphone, if you want to speak, we want to hear from you. The opportunity is for the person that's here at the microphone. So everybody else, stay quiet out of respect for whoever this is that's up here. So if you don't mind, the time that we'll give you is 3 minutes. So this clock here will be set for 3 minutes.
Right.
I'll interrupt people like right when we get to the very end, and I'll ask you to stop if needed. But please introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Jan Ditzer, 2413 Woodthrush Drive, Chattanooga. I oppose the planned Hamilton growth plans as it fails to reflect residents' concerns, infrastructure needs, and promotes uncontrolled growth. It fails to address environmental amenities such as trees, floodplains, and wetlands that are essential to our environments. These environments provide homes and habitats for various species. It also protects the groundwater that we are reliant on. Absence of these features in the development of the plan, it conveys no respect for the natural environments that we have to depend on. And when you take those features out, you're asking for problems. Filling in floodplains, that's going to destroy the natural course of the flow of water, which provides habitats for all these other individuals and creatures. It's a sad thing to see that we don't have that much regard. You go in and you see a tract of land that is completely denuded of trees. Trees contribute to the air quality that we all depend on. Just as floodplains, they contribute to the water tables that we depend on. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I think Karen bought that clock and she can work it. Look.
Ready?
Yes.
Kim Helton, 8618 Snow Hill Road. Tennessee law is clear. Regional plans are supposed to guide growth in a way that promotes the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. They are not supposed to be rewritten to match the wish list of private trade groups. The Planning Commission's own bylaws say your primary obligation is to serve the public and to strive to give citizens the opportunity to have a meaningful impact on the development of plans. Citizens have spoken repeatedly and do not support increasing density in rural areas. Resolution 82518 includes the Home Builders and Realtors Association requested changes. This is regulatory capture, which occurs when industries that a government body is supposed to regulate end up controlling. Instead of serving the public interest, the body becomes a tool to advance private profits. According to Zillow today, in Hamilton County, 2,915 housing units are for sale. 2,444 units are for rent. That's 5,360 housing units available today. In Area 9, over 5,000 have been approved to be built, and thousands more are approved in Hamilton County. This is not going to stop growth. Growth will continue. According to the RPA website, from January 1st, 2006 to May 31st, 2025, 43,029 housing units have been permitted in Hamilton County. That's 19 years. That many in Hamilton County. If new development funded necessary infrastructure, it would have already happened. Adding more density in rural areas will add to existing backlogs, increase traffic on over-congested, dangerous two-lane roads, and increase emergency response times. Citizens ask for no floodplain fill. 67% is already too high. Increasing that to 75% will only mean more water will be displaced to other people's properties, infringing on their property rights. Flooding risks can increase both upstream and downstream. Resolution 82518 erases the input of every citizen who participated in their area plan. Public planning will be replaced with industry lobbying. This is not in the public's best interest and does not promote the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Resolution 82518 is supposed to be only advice. The resolution says, whereas the county commission seeks to advise the RPA, Plan Hamilton is supposed to be the planning commission's plan. It is up to you to decide whether or not to include the resolution. So we're asking you to please vote no to resolution 82518. And the housing that is being built in the Ottawa area is not affordable housing. So building even more of it is not going to make it any more affordable. Thank you.
Hold
Glenda
on
Papu, and I
one
live in-
second, ma'am.
Sorry.
That clock,
She had
So
good,
Karen,
right at 3 minutes, so
really-
they can change it now.
okay. Also, I did have a question. Mike Price was here earlier. Is he still here? Okay. And I see Tiffany. Are there any other civil engineers in the room? Oh, there we go. Okay. So I do have a question, and we just keep hearing this about floodplains and the impact on adjacent properties. And I'd like for one of you at some point to be able to speak to that. So I don't know if maybe y'all could talk about that or figure out, but we've heard it a number of times, and I'd love to hear. Yeah, I think definitely we can. And
I got one. I didn't hear Kim when she said, how many houses did you say have been built in the last, 10 years or 20 years or something like that? I didn't hear what you said.
You have it on what I handed out. So the building permits on the RPA website, it's from January 1st, 2006 to May 31st, 2025. So that's 43,029 residential housing units that have been built in that time. And FEMA does not recommend floodplain development.
Thank you.
did you manage to fix the clock? We stalled there for you for a minute.
I passed on to Emily.
Okay, all right. Yes, ma'am.
Glenda Papu, I live in Birchwood. I wasn't going to speak today, and I don't have really notes, but I want to say I've heard this thing about the will of the commission. It was presented in the first presentation and then reiterated. Yes, the commission did vote 6-5, but that was not the will of the people. The will of the people was exactly what Commissioner Shipley said. Slow it down. Stop right now and go by districts the way it was originally intended. Because we are not cookie cutter. Each district is a district specific to that specific area. We do not need a whole Hamilton County plan. We need it by district, period. I moved out of the city intentionally moved out of the city. It takes me 40 to 45 minutes just to get downtown because I wanted the country, I wanted the rural, I wanted to raise my chickens, I wanted to have my garden, I wanted to do the farm. I don't need somebody, and I'm not, if my neighbor sells his farm to a builder and it's rezoned, he has that right to do it. I'm not saying he doesn't have that right, because we do believe in property rights. But when you think about it, we don't have that really, because we have to have permission to build. We have to have permission to hunt. We have to have permission for everything on our own property. So our rights, our property rights are already being diminished by regulations that our government puts on us. Think about it. Do not vote yes, vote no, vote this down, slow it down. We need it by districts. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Hobson. I live over in the Appleton area. Used to have 8 horses. Now I've got 6. 2 died. We're going to be buying some more. We run a small horse rescue with our own private money. And we got a little 10-acre farm. And they came in next to us in a big L shape around our farm. There used to be a big marsh on the backside of our property, freshwater spring. There's a seasonal creek fed into it and a regular all the time creek, kind of small, fed into it. And as it would flood, that marsh would hold a lot of water. It's now being developed. They raised it at about 2 feet. It doesn't happen every year, but occasionally that marsh is usually under a heavy rain, can put that marsh under about 8 feet of water. It's about 40 acres of marsh, 8 feet underwater, out of the 120-acre property that was just developed. Like this gentleman just said, it's only a 5-year plan. But in 5 years, those developers are going to be long gone. They'll have their money. We are going to be left without water. About 120 homes, about 80 of them, if they put the townhomes on the side they said there was, are going to be under 8 feet of water. And that's going to be your responsibility, not the developers, to pay for. Can we afford that? Lord's going to send the water. He put a marsh there. It's no longer a marsh. They got a little collection pond about the size of this room. It ain't going to hold it. In 5 years, when they're gone, how are we going to deal with that? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Amanatigi, 1133 Mountain Creek Road. I'm here representing myself and those who couldn't be here at 1 o'clock in opposition of 82518 for the following reasons. 1, thousands of residents participated in Plan Hamilton. $567,000 approximately was spent on this study. This was real money invested by the public to produce a careful consensus-driven plan. Passing 82518 would replace that consensus with last-minute edits drafted outside the public process. That is not how you build confidence or trust. 92% of individuals polled were strongly opposed to these changes. That should matter. Number 2, keep the regional plan solutions tool in the plan. 82518 deletes language that would let the county require developers to fund regional flood solutions when a project impacts extend beyond a single job site. Who would this benefit? And for the record, I'm very much against any floodplain development. The county and taxpayers should not subsidize the burdens and catastrophes that irresponsible development will cause. Those who want the growth should pay its way and improve the infrastructure first before creating the burden. A lot of damage could be done in 5 years, and a lot of good could be done in 5 years if maybe they would invest in the infrastructure first versus trying to get their quick paycheck. 82518 removes requirements for geotechnical, environmental, traffic, and stormwater reports. How is this a good thing? For these reasons, I respectfully implore you to consider wisely and respect the voices of the citizens. The wrong decision today will not only impact current residents, but will ripple for generations to come. Thank you.
My name is Tommy Farmer, 7935 Mill Creek Road, Signal Mountain. I had no plans to speak today, but actually just listening to some of the comments talking about opening a Pandora's box. Pandora's box is why we're here. This is why all of these folks have taken out of their time, taken out of their jobs to come down here and address the issue. Second, asking about the facts. We want you to follow the facts. We have tried over this process, I think this is somewhere around 63 meetings that I've been to, just to address some of these issues. We have presented every fact. We have done studies. These groups have worked hard to look at other peer counties, to look at Coffee, Sumner, other areas around our state, what they're doing, try to bring that information to you guys so that you can make a sound, smarter decision about what we're doing. Next, talking about floodplain. I was driving down Middle Valley Road just the other day, all across Soddy Daisy, and I'm seeing these areas that I know when I was out there, I've been here all my life, they were low-lying areas. They always flooded. They know to be flooding. But now they're raised up 4, 5, 6 feet, and they're getting ready to put in another 100 house subdivision. Where do you think that water's going to go? That water's going to go somewhere. We're simply going to redirect that water to something else. We're talking about Commissioner Graham referring to the flooding in Lookout Valley, or Commissioner Sharp talking about the flooding in Red Bank. We agree. We totally agree with you. Those are areas that are historically going to flood, and they're going to continue to flood. As a matter of fact, we just saw recent evidence of that. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It doesn't take a climatologist. It doesn't take an engineer to figure out that water is going to go somewhere if we continue to cut down the woodlands, to take out the marshlands, to fill up your agricultural areas and pour concrete, or to cut down or to fill in your agricultural farms. Next, the consent decree, talking about the cost. We have $138 million just estimated to fix right now infrastructure needs. That's on top of the consent decree that we have estimated between 500 million and some say closer to $1 billion. So we're already owing close to $1 billion, and that's the taxpayers. We owe $1 billion just to catch up. We have already shown the facts saying that new development is not going to drive and pay for the cost of all of these infrastructure needs. It's not going to happen. It hasn't happened, and it's simply kicking the can down the road. Finally, talking about Signal Mountain. I've lived there a very long time through the fires and what they were talking about. We have 2 wagon roads. Commissioner Baker has said many times, we have 2 wagon roads and 1 road. And then we also have not only the cost, we're only talking about the housing that's on Hamilton County side. We're not talking about the dramatic growth on the Sequatchie County side that all comes down Roberts Mill, W, or the front. I was up there during the fires, and I was taking water and food and trying to feed. We couldn't get people off the mountain if we tried to evacuate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm Susan Crowell. I'm representing the North Chickamauga Creek Conservancy, and we just have major concerns about the floodplain development. We know that there's a lot of pressure that we're seeing that may or may not be directly related to development, but we are seeing changes in our watershed on private property where we're seeing loss of vegetation that used to be normal to those areas. We're seeing kind of changes in what may be flow rates leading to some erosion. So we're just concerned. We don't know the answers, but we definitely are very concerned about development in the floodplain. And we too would like to see 0. Certainly 75%, 67% to us is too much. But we just thank you for the time to express that and ask your support of trying to fix that and make that better. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amy Anderson. My address is 5824 Rocky Branch Road, Signal Mountain. I have been sitting here writing this big speech about how we all need to get together, and I don't want to attack anybody, and that, you know, I am, but when I heard something that was said by the engineer earlier, it changed everything. He said, don't listen to us, because basically we don't know what we're talking about. We're the community. I resent that. I'm offended by that, and I feel like that was an entitled, rude comment, because we do know, we may not know exactly all of the rules of building, but that would be like me saying, I'm a nurse midwife. I've been a practicing nurse midwife for 26 years. That would be like me telling my patients and their families, we're not listening to you because I'm the expert and I know what I'm doing. That's not right. I just had to speak my piece because this affects me personally. I've tried to make this more of a community concern because it is our entire community. But the reason that I'm talking today is because the development that's going up on Signal Mountain, Sawyer Road subdivision is basically, it's right beside my family farm. So the water that we have, the lakes, the streams, there's no way that that could actually, that won't affect our swimming lake that I don't know if any of you all are from Signal Mountain, old timey Signal Mountain people. It used to be Jake's campground. Yes, I want to protect that. I would like to protect that. It hadn't changed in 50 years because it is very important. I think based on the rules as they are now, they can build 112 homes in about 84 acres. That doesn't include the rest of the 400 acres that surrounds our property. It is not about us. I know it's not about me or my family, but it's about the entire community, and the rules as they are now allows them to do this. So when you're told, don't listen to the community, we don't know what we're talking about, I hope you don't hear that, because we thank you for listening, but we want you to hear us. That's all.
My name is Sabrina Daniel. I live at 4410 Maryland Drive. I'm here today and have been to several of the meetings where we have hashed this thing over and over and over again. I am here to stand for the citizens' approach to this, the people who spent 30 meetings over 3 years to come up with a plan. I am not anti-growth, but I do believe that quality of life is important. And the 3 areas that I'm most concerned about, because I have friends and family that live out there, and the first would be Snow Hill Road. A doctor and his wife and lots of other people live off that road. That is a dangerous road. Hunter Road, a niece, a nephew, a great niece out there. Same thing. Ottawa Ringo Road, a sister off that road. So what are we going to do? I'm thinking when, I've said this before, when there's a horrible accident and someone dies and one of the family in our litigious society decides that they are going to sue millions to our county because the roads weren't properly kept up. I hear there's no money to take care of infrastructure. We got to get people in to build. Well, infrastructure's first. If you can't have sewers and water and electricity and roads and schools to take care of the development, then you shouldn't have the development until you get the infrastructure. And if we don't have money, then we need to look in the budget, find positions that are on freeze that haven't been filled, and find ways that we can find money. Because doing it backwards does not make any sense. So I encourage you to vote for the citizens plan that has been originally set forth. Thank you.
Jennifer Duval, Sale Creek, Coulterville Road. During last RPC, I'd just like to remind y'all, during the last RPC meeting that you had in the evening over Plan Hamilton, all of Sale Creek was out of water. I'll say that again. All of Sale Creek was out of water, the entire town. What would have happened had a house caught on fire? We do not even know why the water was out to the entire town. There was also another county that at the very same time to the north of us was also out of water. Coincidentally, don't know. Again, how does EMS serve and how does a volunteer fire department, which by the way, my son and I and my husband, we're on the Sale Creek Volunteer Fire Department. How do we go respond to house fires when there's no water? Sale Creek regularly is without water for no unknown reason. This happens usually every other week. It's a very common occurrence that happens and we're not sure why. It could be when there's some earthquakes around the areas, don't know, can speculate. How do we respond during emergencies in Sale Creek? Most of Sale Creek is on septic, not sewer. How are you going to move the growth out there when we're all on septic, not sewer? We have topographical challenges. We have mines leaching. North of Leggett, there is a mine that has breached and it's not being remediated. So every storm in Sale Creek, most of Sale Creek is without power. There's down trees. How does EMS respond? How do we get our children safely to school when we have no power and EMS can't get to the areas? Lastly, decentralized drip systems leach into our neighbors' properties, and it's already happening on Signal Mountain on one of the properties, and there's no remediation because WWTA can't get up there. Please, let's grow responsibly, and I'm not an anti-growther. I am for responsible planning, responsible growth. I have worked in many businesses, law firms, international companies. You have to have a plan. You have to have a responsible plan, or the system fails. Thank you.
I may be it. Mr. Chairman, Jeff Eversole, County Commissioner for District 10. I'm the minority commissioner who voted against this, but seems like I represent the majority of the public with this. I would caution this because I think if we're not careful, we're going to set a precedent moving forward. And I want to be perfectly clear. I am not anti-development. I am not anti-growth at all. I feel like that we need to have some growth and we need to have some development. What this plan needs to show us is where does that growth go? Where does that development go? Where does the density go? The current plan that we got in front of us right now, I didn't vote for it for one simple reason, because it gives it a cookie cutter approach for the whole county. And if we're looking at doing something in the county as a whole, let's look at history. History is, if Ms. Rennick showed a slide up here a while ago that showed the current plans that were in place, and a majority of the unincorporated part of the counties had 0 plans. So we were guessing what to do in some of those areas. My concern is if we don't look at each unique characteristics within each community within the county, we will lose that unique characteristics. I do want us to be in a position where that if my child or my grandchild wants to move next to me, then let's build them a home. What we've got to look at is what kind of density that we're looking at as far as the county. We've got to have responsible growth, and that growth looks different by area. There's different needs in different areas. You have, for example, I see my clock's running. I've got about a minute left. I see my clock.
No, sir, you don't have any limit on your time.
All right.
You have unlimited time.
All right, let's order supper. No, I'm kidding.
I think we've got it
Chauncey
back
just
there
had a heart
already for
attack there.
us, so.
But no, we've got to look at our counties. The needs in Georgetown, the needs in Birchwood are totally different than the needs in Ottawa. Ottawa, we've already made a concrete pad. The needs in Appleton are totally different than they are in Sale Creek. We've got to look at those different. We're depending on a volunteer fire department to come serve the needs of our community in some areas that we've got an ISO rating of a 10, which is 0 coverage. And we're continuing to build homes to where people are buying those homes and they're paying the maximum they can pay for their insurance. We as a county, we've got to look at some things and how do we get caught up on that? So that's why I fully support us looking at things a lot different per area within the county. So us structuring it where it's by district or by area, how do we structure it to where it looks different? I've spent the last few days, and I've heard this morning, I guess we've got 2 area county mayors that have asked us to look at things different that they would approve, and they would encourage us to look at doing this thing by area. I bring you greetings this afternoon from 2 more. I spoke with Mayor Morty Lord from Collegedale, and his words were he fully supports us having a unique characteristics of the unique areas within the county that you can't use a cookie cutter approach. Mayor Lloyd is fully behind and supporting to make sure that we look at this thing a lot different. Spoke to David Howe, and I've known David Howe for 25 plus years. Mayor Howe says we have to do something different. We can't approach it to where it's a one size fits all. We have to do things different. So I ask you, if you've got 4 leaders, predominant leaders, other than the county commission that are in the community that are saying we've got to do something different, this is not the right approach, then maybe we need to think about that. You know, if you've got 4 community mayors that are saying that, then we've got to look at things a lot different. And we do. We've got to look at it a lot different. I heard earlier that new development gives you tax money to where you can build roads, build new roads and stuff. Mr. Janeway there, we did a study. You did a study. In that study, we barely break even with new development, with the services that we have to expand. So while it may help with services on a road for that new development, what happens to the road going to that development? Let me give you a prime example, and I'll just say really 2 words: Snow Hill Road. We built all of the developments around it, but it didn't create the extra tax revenue to help us go out to Snow Hill Road and do anything different on Snow Hill Road. The same thing's happening on Ooltewah-Georgetown Road. The same thing has been happening on Hunter Road. There's roads throughout the county that we think we're going to get the money to fix them. But when you grow like we're growing, that tax revenue is not coming in to put the money in those roads that need to be, that are already existing. So I would challenge you, when you look at this growth plan, it's not about stopping growth. Let's do it smart. Let's do it sensible. Okay. Let's do it the way to where we do have the infrastructure. And if a commissioner wants density in their area, go for it. Put 20 homes per acre if that's what you want in your district. Let the districts that represent a lot of the unincorporated parts of the community, let those commissioners have the input on what those districts look like. And if they truly have the ear and they're listening to the constituents, then they will do the right thing. And I just would just really encourage you to look at this thing a lot different. Thank you for your time.
I'm Steve Hollander, Commissioner for District 9. Area 9 is Districts 9 and 10. Commissioner Eversole and I are partners in this. Several of you, I want to commend you for listening to all these people. I know it's hard. I've sat on that dais and I know it takes a long time and it's difficult to do. I've been trying to do my homework. I was a teacher for a long time and I tried to do homework. Ms. Adamson also has been a teacher and educator. You have to do some study and background. Councilwoman Burrs, I applaud Plan Chattanooga. I really like it better than Plan Hamilton. I think there are a lot of components of it that I really appreciate. One is that they followed some of the surveys that I've seen across the state and the nation, that people are moving inward rather than outward because the infrastructure is more prepared for the growth. And I think that's excellent. Rutherford County, Murfreesboro, Clarksville, Knoxville, other areas that are our size are doing that. They're moving inward and where the infrastructure is prepared there. Commissioner Eversole made a statement that I don't need to reiterate, that the new construction does not cover the costs above what they take care of. I will applaud our mayor and his staff, including Mr. Janeway, for having come up with an unincorporated roads committee. I almost nagged them about that, and the mayor followed through, and he did, and I'm thankful for that. And $5.8 million, $7 or $8 million the last 2 years, but we need $150 million to do our infrastructure and roads, and not just roads. It's quite a few things. Several people mentioned, and I'll only briefly hit it, the floodplain problems. I have family in Middle Valley that floods. I have many friends in East Ridge, and Commissioner Chauncey knows they have water problems there, and all over we do. So we need to be very careful with our floodplain and what we do with it. I think we need to be very proactive in taking care of the floodplains. I feel like I represent many of you on that dais. I'm not a builder, but I've had my house built and I've had it reconstructed. Miss Adamson's a teacher. Reverend Caudle is a minister. I've done both of those things. But I have looked in this audience, and quite a few people were in schools where I taught for almost half a century, including one on the dais and Mr. Anderson, and several throughout here, not just in my district, but throughout the county. And the surveys show that 90 to 92% of the people in Hamilton County do not approve of Plan Hamilton as is. 90 to 92%. Now, we do not have all the expertise that some of you gentlemen do, but we
Mr.
know how
Highlander,
it affects our lives.
Can I interrupt real quick? Where is this survey that keeps getting referenced?
I've read it in the papers.
Okay. Has RPA seen that? Because Planning Commission keeps hearing it referenced, and I've been asked a couple times if anybody knows where this polling is coming from.
They're saying a Reagan Smith study, it's in the plan, and I can grab a plan and see if I can see it. I'm just confirming that referencing in the appendices an item.
No, what I was asking Mr. Highlander,
Yes,
and
sir.
I only asked you.
The survey number.
Yeah.
It's my understanding,
you're
Reagan Smith,
referencing a
the
survey.
Chattanooga, and the Chattanooga Times Free Press, is what I've read.
Okay, maybe Mr. Baker can add some context to that. But I didn't, Mr. Highlander, I didn't want to interrupt you other than just to,
Okay.
we'd love to see that survey. We
Okay.
haven't seen it and understand where that came from and how that was made.
Okay, my cohort, Mr. Baker, will, Commissioner Baker, maybe
Thank you.
help me out here.
Okay, thank you. All right. You got
Thanks, sir.
unlimited time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Highlander.
Moving on. I feel like I'm representing a large number of people throughout the county, not just mine and Commissioner Eversole's districts. We have put together amendments that we would like for you to approve to the Plan Hamilton. I hope you've been passed down the line and gotten them. And one of the most important is the floodplain, but there are several others that I think are important. And I certainly would appreciate your approval. Even two that were on the prevailing side, Commissioner Sharp and Commissioner Graham also agreed that some changes needed to be made. And they were the ones who voted, they were two of the ones that voted for it. So I would certainly hope that you would consider making amendments to this plan to meet the needs of the citizens of the county. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Baker, were you going to reference this? Do you need it back?
I just need it back.
Okay.
I got a big old stack like that, but that's an important thing. And we can make a copy of that for you.
Thank you.
Well, first, I'd like to thank you all as representatives of the RPA to take the time to listen to everyone. More importantly, I'd like to thank everyone for their time, not only today, but I don't know how many meetings we've had. We've had a lot. And so when I was looking at it, I said, since you represent the RPA, I'm going to go to the RPA front page and talk about the planning principles. Provide for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Be proactive and visionary. Reflect the integration of comprehensive economic, social, and economic factors. Now it gets good. Recognize the importance of diversity in the community, including the people, cultures, values, places, and natural resources. Involve citizens in the planning process. Number 8, seek to find a balance between what is good for the community as a whole and the rights of citizens as individuals. Number 10, recognize the importance of the urban, suburban, and rural areas to the economic and cultural vitality of the entire community. And the last one's number 11, facilitate new growth while protecting neighborhoods, infrastructure, and the environment. That's what you all represent. It's focused on the people, 92%, 93%, 90%. It's a big percent of the people do not agree with this. You got the numbers there. 89% from the Chattanooga. People have spoken and no one is listening. Comparative data. We've thrown all kinds of information out there. It shows we're 2 to 10 times more dense than comparable counties. That includes Rutherford, Knox, Williamson, and Montgomery. Our commissioners represent our districts. That's who elected us to represent them and their very unique needs. One size does not fit all. I've told the story time and again. When I ran Children's Hospital, I didn't take care. We took care of little preemie children to a 15-year-old that's over 300 pounds, and we had to have the right equipment. One size does not fit all. I even had one of the commissioners, when we were talking about short-term vacation rentals, who voted against us in this plan to say the exact same thing. One size does not fit all. We as a county are a unique blend of urban, suburban, and rural. We have issues to consider. Road limitations. The other day, 2 weeks ago, W Road, storm, tree goes down, takes down power lines. That was Friday. Saturday, they got it open. Saturday afternoon, boom, another storm hits Taft Highway, the main highway up the mountain. Boom, takes down some power lines. Everyone was going up and down the W Road, unless you were in the back part of the county doing Roberts Mill. And on the way back, my wife and I went to dinner. On the way back, there was a wreck on the W Road. Now, the front one's already closed. We're not going to build a $250, $300 million road up the mountain. I guarantee you. So that's a big thing to consider. We have rock, we have schools issues, public safety, sewer, evacuation, mines. We have fire, and we seem to have an issue of listening to the will of the people. Hamilton County is the sum of our very unique parts. 4 of our county commissioners have 0% of their district in unincorporated Hamilton County. That was 4 of the 6 that voted against us. And lastly, and very importantly, as Vice Mayor Crumless just read the letter, you have a letter and a resolution from the town of Signal Mountain, as well as the mayor of Walden, who unfortunately is in court this afternoon. They've already said what I've already said. I won't back down from these issues. My constituents have asked me to look at any and all methods to rebalance the system by the representation of the county needs and the representatives of planning needs. So I urge you to please listen to the will of the people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Marion Quarles. I live at 8421 Water Tower Road in Ottawa. I can tell some of you up here have really been alert and paying attention and everything. And one thing that hasn't been said is evacuation route, Sequoia Nuclear Plant. And y'all keep adding more and more and more. We've got to have development. There's no doubt about it. But if the people are there now and something happens at Sequoia, we couldn't get out. There is no way. And the lady made the comment a while ago about Sale Creek being without water. Well, I'm on Savannah Valley Utility District. It's nothing for us to get a letter saying we've been drinking contaminated water for the last 6 months. It's been a while since we got one of them, but we do get them. And they wait after you drink it before they tell you about it. And, you know, there's a comment made about the civil engineer a while ago. You can have all the engineering degrees you want, but common sense has a little bit more to do with being a civil engineer. You've got to have common sense in this. And I've not seen any of it. Last time I was here, I was against a lady putting townhouses next to me on a piece of my property. And y'all basically said you didn't care what I had to say. You had to be a developer or a home builder to get something done. And that's all I have to say right now, gentlemen. I suggest y'all start listening to the people of Hamilton County.
Does anybody else wish to say anything? Well, if you'd like to come up, you're welcome to.
Annie Campbell, 8111 Turtle Lane, Ottawa. So I guess I'm here representing a friend of mine. And he was telling me this morning that he was very involved with exactly what we're going through in another state. And he said that the end result of all of this was that the towns and cities and areas that did what we are asking, slow down, get the infrastructure, they, in the end, they were thriving appropriately. whereas the towns that rushed ahead with the building and left the infrastructure for some unknown time were collapsing. And I think that's a really important point. And also, I don't like to be negative, but we're all talking a lot about next summer's vote. And we're talking about recalls. I want you to know, we're just not happy. We're really not happy.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Sullivan, Talking Leaves Drive, Ottawa. I will state up front, I am not anti-growth. I am pro-infrastructure. I lived in Miami 20 years ago. I've lived here since then. I lived in a cookie cutter development. It was a very nice one, but the density was probably around 10 units per acre. I found it much easier to get around there than I find it to get down Ottawa Ringgold Road in East Brainerd right now. And it's because they had the infrastructure in place. When I drove home Friday, traffic was backed up from East Brainerd Road to past the roundabout on Standiford Gap. Yet I see dump trucks that are constantly going up and down Ottawa Ringgold Road, working on new developments that are going in. It's not fair to the new homeowners that are going to come in and buy these new homes that the builders want to build, or to the old homeowners who have lived there for many years to have gridlock out there. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And so what I'm trying to say is slow things down until the infrastructure can catch up. My understanding is that there's a state law that prohibits impact fees on developers. I recommend that people in our county work with the state of Tennessee to get changes made to that law. That is one solution to this problem. As far as creating affordable housing goes, yes, I think that's important. When I first joined the military, I couldn't afford my own home. I had to rent apartments for a while. That's just the way it is. And I think developers, like any good capitalist, they're going to charge as much as they possibly can. And realtors like high home prices as well because they get higher commissions that way. I'm not anti-capitalist, but I am pro-responsible development. We're going to take Scenic City and turn it into ugly urban sprawl county is what we're going to do. I guess the one other thing I would have to say is that I am also against the floodplain development. When you look at all the flooding that's been going on, you should not leave future homeowners holding the bag for that and make it their responsibility because a developer built on floodplains where the waters need to go when we have these floods. With the crazy climate change we're seeing, this is only going to get worse and worse in the future. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Mittling, 101 Dandy Road. My address is Signal Mountain. I am on the Sequatchie side. I came here today as a concerned citizen. My family and I recently moved to Signal Mountain. And the reason why we moved here was to get away from the big city up north, to be in a rural area, to be where it was peaceful. People come in, these developers come in and encouraging people in the city to come up to the scenic rural areas. And now they've created the city in the country and they've taken the country out of it. I've heard people talking, a few people talking about how other communities are looking at Plan Hamilton and Plan Chattanooga. The gentleman with the horses and the marshland saying that the developers, once things flood, they're going to be gone because sadly, a lot of these developers just don't care. They just want the money, like people have said. Seeing what you want to do with this development areas and putting in these, what people are saying with one size does not fit all. I don't want to see this leach into Sequatchie County. Where we're at, we have a volunteer fire department. And if you have extensive growth, how many people are going to volunteer to be a first responder? Across the road from us, there is a development. You wouldn't know it because they're back further and they have larger plots of land. It doesn't impact things because of how they're doing things. Please slow down. I don't want to see this encroach into my area. I moved away from Chicago for a reason. I don't want the city near me. And by doing extensive building and extensive developing, you're going to damage the infrastructure that you don't have. My husband lived in San Antonio for 13 years. They did not have the infrastructure to handle the influx of people. And they went from 500,000 to 3 million people in 13 years. And they still don't have the infrastructure for it. The aquifer is very low, which provides water for San Antonio. Please think about what you're doing. Take your time, slow down. It's okay to say no development right now until you think about the ramifications that it will have on the area with erosion, with displacement of wildlife, with displacement of possible endangered animals in the area, which there are at least 6 to 8 species of animals that are endangered in Hamilton County and Chattanooga. Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Megan Elmendorf Hobson from 4913 Orchard Drive. My husband spoke earlier. I wanted to speak too, but we had to change out with my daughter. I've been an educator for close to 20 years. I've also been an administrator. And speaking as an educator and an administrator, I can tell you that unplanned development is going to wreck our schools. Teachers are already overwhelmed with too many students. Administrators are already overwhelmed with problems in the classroom. And if we continue to have unplanned development, it's going to get worse. I also wanted to reference the Battle of Jutland. You may be wondering why I'm referencing a naval battle when we're not talking about anything regarding the Navy. The commander of the British Navy was battling the Germans at the time. And he's like, hey, I want these ships to go here and do this and this and this. And somebody leaned forward and said, sir, I'm sorry to tell you this, but those ships were lost. When were they lost? Yesterday. What? Why am I just now finding out? Now I say that because when you lose something as precious as land, as time, you don't get it back. And if we continue to have unplanned development, we're going to lose time chasing our tails like this, and we're going to lose land that we can't get back. I am pro responsibility, as what has been mentioned. I am pro development smartly. We leave legacies. All of us, every decision we make makes an impact. It's a ripple. So my question today is, what kind of ripple are you wanting to make? Are you going to make a tsunami that completely destroys the community, and then your children know that you're the one that started that tsunami when you could have stopped it? Or are you going to be one who makes tide breakers? So then it's a gentle development. So please think of the teachers, think of the administrators, and think of things that you don't get back once you spend it and once you release it. Thank you.
All right. Seeing that nobody else wants to speak, you do want to speak?
My name is Michael Brown. I'm on 7828 Hickson Pike. I am an engineer, and I can see as the infrastructure begins to be the infrastructure along Hickson Pike and the facilities that they're building there. There's a 55 unit townhome going in across the street. There's a high density condominium being planned for four houses down from me. And Hickson Pike right now is a nightmare to get out on in the morning to go to work. It's hard to get off of when you're going home. And I would plead with you to think about the infrastructure of the city, our roads, our schools, our septic systems, our sewer systems, and let it catch up before we build anymore. Thank you very much.
All right. So time for public comment on, did you want to say something as well?
Thank you, sir. My name's Glenn Hodges. I live in Signal Mountain, and I hadn't planned to speak today, but I hope that you have heard what represents the majority of the citizens of of Hamilton County. Rather than reiterating what they say, I think of two profound statements. One by President John F. Kennedy: ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Doesn't that apply to the county? Are you doing what you should do for your county? And one more thing in closing. Some of you I first met in Rotary. What is the motto of Rotary International? Service above self. That's all I have to say. Let your conscience be your guide. Represent the people of Hamilton County. Thank you.
Well, thank y'all. We're going to end the time on the agenda for public comment. So we've already heard from you, ma'am. Yeah. So thank you for that. So that time is officially over. We're going to have an opportunity now for planning commissioners to ask any questions that they have and take some action on Plan Hamilton. So, Mr. Genway, did you have something?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to give a little context. I know that some of you have been involved in this for a long time, and some of you have just recently become involved, and I think that's great on all fronts. You know, the best constituency is an active constituency, so I appreciate everybody that showed up and has been showing up for the past 3 years. Where this all started is Commissioner Baker noticed the growth happening on Signal Mountain and asked then Mayor Coppinger if they could start a planning process on Signal Mountain to start to address some of the issues that they were seeing. They got done fairly quickly, put together a plan that the community liked. And then I think some other commissioners started to realize that the same types of things were happening in other areas in the county. And so the then leader of the RPA had asked that Commissioner Baker hold on so that we could get the rest of the county caught up and develop plans for each one of those communities. I came in about 2.5 years ago with Mayor Wamp, and I was tasked with going out into the community with the RPA and working with the citizens to try to develop plans that reflected the will of the citizens. We did that. We held a lot of community meetings. We heard from the citizens. We put together a plan with a consultant, and it still had some problems. And so back last December, Mayor Wamp and I sat down with Commissioner Eversole, and we said, we need to put a pause on this to make sure we get this thing right. So that's what we did. We delayed it again. And Commissioner Eversole and I and his constituents met over the course of the next 8 months or so, working on a plan that the community wanted. You know, this body is made up of appointees, and it's on a rolling basis. So, you know, mayors get an opportunity from time to time to appoint new commissioners. There's a couple of us that are in a little bit different roles. Commissioner Anderson and I directly represent, we actually sit in for our respective mayors, Mayor Wamp and Mayor Kelly. And so, you know, Mayor Wamp, you know, each one of these commissioners represent their areas of the county. And Mayor Wamp has the unique responsibility of representing the entire county. And so we have to take into account, everything when we make decisions. And I take that responsibility very seriously, sitting up in this position. We respect the commission and the commission's will. We understand that the commission passes resolutions and that they are the presiding body that makes land use decisions for the county. And that's important, and that's set aside in state law. But I think I would be remiss today if I didn't give an opportunity at least for the citizens that have showed up and the commissioners that have showed up to at least try to get a vote on the items that were presented by the commissioners today. So I'd like to make that in the form of a motion. And I don't know what the best way to do this is, Karen. I can read these bullet points into the record, or maybe somebody from staff can. But I'd at least like for the citizens of Hamilton County for at least to have a vote on the bullet points that have been presented by the commissioners today. So if I can get a second on that, then maybe we can read these into the record and proceed that way.
Second motion.
We do have a motion and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion?
I want to make sure I understand what we're doing here.
Yeah, I mean, I can either read these bullet points, or maybe somebody from staff can read these bullet points into the record, so we know what we're voting on.
And Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, but I think to be clear, Mr. Payne, there was what was passed by the county commission. And then we have here in front of us, Mr. Genway's motion, which is to amend what was passed by the county commission.
From my understanding, we haven't taken any action on what county commission passed
Right.
yet. I assume
And
that
so it would be to add this to what county commission.
my motion would be to take these bullet points as changes to the plan to adopt that way. Because I think it's important that we at least take a vote on these items, whether it's successful or not. I think it's important that we take a vote.
Okay, and that's what's been seconded. So you're looking at the right document, Mr. Payne.
Mr. Chairman, we have two documents, District 1 and Districts 9 and 10. And I think Mr. Genoway is talking about both. That's my understanding.
Yeah, I'd like to just read all of the bullet points into the record, and then take a vote on those bullet points as changes.
Okay, so I've opened it up for discussion.
Okay,
Commissioner?
thank you, Chairman. Quick question, Karen. So the way this is being presented to us today, how does it deviate at all away from what the county commission approved 2 weeks ago?
Yes. And Commissioner, I will say that I'm a little puzzled, and I might defer to Janie Varnell, the county attorney, who happens to be here, and just ask for some guidance. We do have an item on the agenda today for Plan Hamilton action, and this is intended, just confirming, this is intended to amend the item, because we do have an item, but I wasn't sure the action on the item.
So is the county commission request of changes officially on the agenda as an item to be?
It
voted on?
is.
Okay.
Yes, sir. The Plan Hamilton, a resolution to adopt Plan Hamilton as the regional plan is, the resolution does have the two items, which is to adopt the plan with the recommended changes.
Okay.
That is the item that's on the agenda, so it
So
sounds
I'll
like it might be an
clarify.
amendment.
Yeah, I'll clarify. My intent is to have a vote to make these changes to the agenda item.
Yeah. Karen, I just didn't get my question answered.
Yes,
Right-
sir.
Right now, like, are you asking us to possibly adopt this with some changes? Not what Mr. Janeway said, but right now, like, because I had a couple questions from what the county commission originally voted on and agreed to. And was Area 7, was there anything changed in that?
Yes, sir. So, and Mr. Chair, I'll just keep answering questions until you add me not to.
That's fine.
I know there was some verbiage in there, but as far as like specifically net density versus gross.
That's correct. So the resolution, the item that's on your agenda is to adopt the plans, and that does include language in Area 7. That's the policy, which is the net versus gross. So it would be the list of plans that are shown on the screen with the updated place type maps with the changes as directed by County Commission. That is the resolution in front of you. And then there's been a motion. So this can be amended, and I guess that's the motion to amend. But yes, the resolution drafted by staff does include an updated language for Area 7 and with the changes that's coming from County Commission. And if I didn't answer your question, I apologize.
Okay.
I can take another shot at it.
I believe you did. So what you're telling me is that you guys did change what the county commission had voted on. And that's, so if I were to today just say, hey, if I were to vote on everything that you're proposing to us, we'd be voting on some changes that were made, right?
The one outlier from the county commission resolution that has not been voted on by county commission is the Area 7 plan language.
Okay. Specifically the net density.
The language shown on the screen. Yes, sir, if I understood
Is
the
that all?
question
Can you
correctly.
think of anything else that
That
deviated
is
away?
no, and that's why I had the track changes on the slide, which is kind of getting us to the point. That is the only one that has the rest of them we've not edited or not done anything with since April. And then we have the place type maps.
What about the floodplain fill? We're still at 75%?
The floodplain fill went to, the county commission change was to change 2/3 to 3/4, and the number 65 to 75. And that is what we moved over in the language. So that was coming from county commission to change basically 67 or 2/3 to 75%. And that was moved over, drafted language for that.
That's all I've got for now. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilwoman Burrs.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'm going to ask a point of process, and I think one of you up here can help me with this, maybe Commissioner Anderson. But should we not make a motion on the original resolution first and then make a motion to amend? And then I have another question after that. Procedure first, and then I have another question about the motion.
Mr. Anderson.
Our normal rules and Robert's rules that we follow in these meetings, and I would defer to Attorney Varnell if I'm incorrect with this, but yes, typical procedure would be that someone would make the motion, which would be properly seconded to get the plan on the agenda before that plan could be amended in any way.
Okay.
Janie, you agree?
Yes, that's correct. Okay, so then my other concern is that unless I missed, I mean, I know we get a lot of emails from you all and you send us a lot of good information. So thank you, Karen, for keeping us informed. But today's the first time we've seen these. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I have a concern. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. That's correct unless it has been sent to you, but I'm not aware of staff, and Brian and Emily
Okay.
are shaking their heads. I'm not aware of seeing these, and we've not sent them to you.
Okay. So commissioners, I have a concern. There's 13 bullet points here that I would want to see a comparison as to how it changes, similar to the chart that RPA provided for us to see where we're going from what's on the resolution now to then what's being proposed before I could make a decision. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes.
I do. One comment or one question for the commissioners. They look, these two proposals look identical. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Janaway, if you've compared them to see if they are identical or if there's any changes.
There's a lot of crossover. There's, I think, 3 or 4 bullet points that are different. Because these are sort of designed to make changes to specific area plans, not the whole plan as a whole. So obviously the ones that are the same would be the same, but that's why I included both documents, is to make sure we capture everything.
And you know, I think I appreciate the commissioners, one, being flexible and listening. A lot of people have invested a lot of time today. Procedurally, does this, I guess, Mr. Chairman or Karen, will you all take, if these are accepted or approved by the commission today, if these amendments that were presented, will you take them and incorporate them into Plan Hamilton and it come back? It doesn't feel like this would be prepared for us to vote on and accept Plan Hamilton today. But I do appreciate all the effort, and I appreciate Mr. Janaway's motion.
Well, Karen, can you speak to how this would happen procedurally?
Yes, I think that it was flagged that perhaps the motion, we might want to revisit the motion.
Sure.
And then, so looking at it, and so for people in the audience, I'll just note that I have two documents. One says amendments to Plan Hamilton, District 1 expresses, and then there's a list of requested amendments, and the other says amendments to Plan Hamilton, Districts 9 and 10 express strong opposition, have a list of plans, and it's noted there's a lot of overlap. But it appears just based on the number of bullets that there might be at least a few minor changes. If the motion is to approve Plan Hamilton to amend something, I think we as staff would need to go back in and draft a resolution for you. I guess I would have concerns that based on what has been drafted, that some of this is going to conflict or override, but it's only for these plans. I would leave it up to you. If you want us to move forward, we can do the best we can, I think, but we haven't seen them. And just for instance, I don't know if a map would need to be updated. Not having seen them, it's hard to answer.
Commissioner Chauncey.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we vote, I just wanted to be clear, I will not be supporting these amendments. I also just received these today, and it's not the will of the county commission. And I will say that I don't know if I could do a formative amend motion, but I am willing to approve Plan Hamilton just as it was approved by the county commission. I'll make an exception with the flood fill. I'd say we went from 100, we'll go, and it's down to 75, and we'll go down to 60. I think that's a compromise, and that's where I'm at. So if we need to go ahead and vote on Mr. Janeway's motion, see how it goes, but that's where I want to be.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I'm willing to withdraw my motion so that we can make a proper motion. And then I'd like to remake this motion, but then whether it's successful or not, then we could make another motion to address the floodplain after that.
I think that would be
Okay,
fine.
I'll withdraw my motion then.
And then would you like to make another motion?
I'll let somebody, if somebody wants to make a motion on Plan Hamilton, and then I'll make my motion.
It needs to be
Plan
on the floor
Hamilton.
for discussion. I had a couple questions I want to ask. First of all, so on numerous, I thought I understood it, but there was quite a bit of.
Point of order.
sorry.
Do we need a motion before discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Move to discuss?
No, somebody.
You mean to
Yes,
jump in
Chris,
there?
or-
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to
Mr.
go ahead and
Johnson.
make that motion to approve Plan Hamilton just exactly how it was approved by the county commission, except for one amendment, and that is to reduce the flood fill from 75% down to 60. That's my motion. Okay.
Does it?
As is, and then come back and do an amendment.
It's more proper for the amendment to come later.
Okay. Well, I will, let me modify that. No, I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion to approve Plan Hamilton just as it was approved by the county commission. I forgot the exact date. I want to be specific, but it's not the changes that were made.
It's,
Exactly how it was approved by county commission.
what date was that?
August 25th.
August 25th. Okay.
She's
So we have a
shaking-
motion on the floor.
She's shaking her head no.
I believe the date on the resolution is August 20th.
Okay. Yes, it says August 20th on these amendments.
I
I'm
just wanna-
assuming that's correct.
I just want to be specific.
So we have a
Chairman.
motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Genoway.
I'd like to make a motion to amend with the bullet points presented.
Okay. So we have a motion and a motion to amend it with the bullet points from District 9 and District 10. Any discussion? And one. Yep. Mr. Payne?
Can I ask them?
Yes, please.
I have a question about, there's several people brought up farms and there was a gentleman that talked about not seeing the farms or not seeing them on the maps, or what are we talking about? I don't understand what that part of this conversation is about. What are we doing to damage farms?
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes.
And so that's partly why we have a presentation, like a couple slides focused on farms. So right now, there's countryside residential. And so countryside residential talks about farms and residential single-family development. It is mixed in there together. I think that's why we tried to show we do have farms mapped, and that it's intended to, and the plan supports farms and doesn't recommend any changes to the A1. I think that because we probably could have done a better job as planners showing farms, talking about the importance of farming, I think that's maybe why there is some concern, but that's why that section of the presentation is there, is to say that there is no change to A1. There's no recommended change to A1 for farms and agriculture. I do not see, and I'm going to look at my planner coworkers, I do not see the plan is going to impact the farming community on their property doing farming.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Karen, for all the help, and thank you, staff, for all of this extra support today. We have more county commissioners here than in all the years I've been on this body. I'm thrilled to see all the engagement with our elected officials. I think that the District 1 and 9/10 amendments were drafted with a lot of thoughtful care. The fact that they were presented to this body during the meeting, once the presentation had already happened, I think is a little out of place. And I would encourage commission to take these up at their next commission meeting, where they can also be amended and added to the plan. That can happen at county commission as well. Just because these were not published prior, I'll be voting no today. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson brings up a point that was sort of ruminating in my head. If we do take in a group of amendments, which I think Dr. Highlander referred to as homework, although it feels a little bit more like a pop quiz. Does it come from us and return to county commission, or are we done here?
Well, I think what would need to happen is the RPA staff would have to take these and prepare a resolution for the county commission. Is that right, Karen? And then the county commission would take action on these in alignment with us or not, and it would come back to us again if they deviate from this at all.
If there are changes at county commission, if county commission chooses, and I hope I'm answering the question, if county commission choose to adopt the plan, something different from planning commission, we would expect it to come back here for planning commission to be aligned with the plans. But I think Brian and I looked at that, and it can be amended at county commission and just come back here for adoption, not have to go back to county commission. So that's why we had that placeholder, that last one, to say if something happens at county commission different from what happens at planning commission, just be prepared, planning commission, it will be headed back your way.
Okay.
I think, I mean, my motion is to amend the resolution. The resolution is to adopt. I think we could make those changes today and adopt. I don't think it has to come back here. I think we can procedurally just make those amendments now and adopt. And then we would send it to the state to certify, and then it would go to county commission, and then they could make additional changes.
Okay. Did you want to say something else? Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think there's a number of things in here that seem very reasonable and are good, but I am having a little bit of a hard time. There's, between the two, there's 34 changes that, there's overlap between, about 10 or 11 of, so it's, I won't claim to be all that smart, but I'm trying to digest if we're going to take the entirety of this as one vote, as opposed to parsing out any of the pieces that are on here as, like Commissioner Chauncey had suggested, the floodplain portion of it. I see that's one of the bullet points listed here. So I don't know. I mean, if we're going up or down over this massive list, I don't know if I can just sit here and filibuster my way into trying to digest it in enough time to take the whole thing. But there may be a different way to do this in taking amendments one at a time for certain elements of it. I don't know.
I would like to have a vote on the whole thing first, and then if that's not successful and there's specific items that we can find agreement on, then we could address those individually, like the floodplain. It sounds like there's some agreement on floodplain, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to say that, like Mr. Anderson, typically when we get these, when there's proposed changes, a lot of times when the staff has time to digest it, they come through with red letters for us to know what was in there versus the change. And do we have even a copy of the full resolution in our packet that I can compare?
You do have a copy of the full Planning Commission resolution in front of you, and some of these will modify that resolution. That's correct.
Okay. Well,
but we don't have a red line. We don't have a red line version for you.
okay. I mean, yeah, I think maybe one thing that I do just want to underscore, I can't speak on behalf of anyone other than myself. But I do know that over the several years I've been on this commission, that what I have experienced has been that all of my colleagues up here take this not job for most of us with a large degree of responsibility and very serious, understanding full and well the gravity of even though we are just a recommendatory body. I mean, the 99.99% of what we do goes from here and then goes to county commission and then goes to city council, where the elected officials have the ability to then, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we'll approve here that then gets denied at city council or county commission after those community level conversations take place. But if the buck is stopping here today with us making this amendment, I can't feel comfortable doing that right now. As much as, I mean, let's revisit some of the items, but the whole all at once, I can't do that.
Any other discussion? All right, we'll do a roll call vote on this motion. So the motion on the agenda is to adopt the Plan Hamilton with the amendment of adding these two documents here in front of us. Okay, I'm sorry. To clarify, the motion is to amend Plan Hamilton with these two documents. So, I mean, I can start down
No,
here.
I'm good, right? Nope, I'm a
If
no.
you'd like. You're going to keep count for me? Because I don't. Okay, thank you. So I'm sorry, do we need clarification on what the motion is? Yes. Okay, so the motion is to amend Plan Hamilton amending Plan Hamilton to include these documents.
It is not the adopting vote.
Everybody clear on the motion?
Chairman,
May I,
guess-
Chairman?
Yes.
May I? I just want to confirm and clarify. The only thing you're voting on right now is to amend the resolution to add the two documents from districts 9, 10, and 1.
That's correct.
Okay.
One other clarification,
Yes.
Chairman. After this amendment's voted on, then we go back to the original.
Resolution.
res-
Plus, it will have been amended at that point.
If it passes.
If it passes, yes. Yeah.
There is still an amendment there is still a motion on the floor at that point for the overall Plan Hamilton, regardless of what happens here.
Mr. Payne.
No. Are you ready for my vote? Is that what
Yes,
you're
yes.
asking? Okay, then no. Yeah.
Yes.
No.
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 The noes have it.
Turn on my light. Thank you, Chairman. So help me navigate through this. Now I'd like to make a motion to amend my original motion.
Yes.
Can still do.
And still, the only thing I wanted to amend was to change the section of the flood fill from 75 to 60%.
Any discussion on that motion? That's been seconded.
And just looking, Chairman,
Yes.
may I? So just looking at the amendments, 9 and 10 that we just looked at in 1, it actually says that they'd like for 2/3 and the number to be 67, not 60. So just a matter of discussion there.
And your amendment was 260. Mr. Genway.
I was just gonna say I'd be in favor of the 60.
Where is 60 coming from? What is, I don't understand where, I'm not asking the public. I know you just made a motion and picked 60. But I
So-
guess I've not understood. And I would like, and I'm not opposed to 60 and it's unlikely I would even vote on the matter. But I guess what I'm confused about is what is 100? I mean, I know 100 is 100 and 0 is 0, but
The change is.
where does a number like 60 come from and what's the merit of that number?
There's a change on your screen. So Countryside Residential has development standards. So, I already forgot the number. 73% of the county is proposed to be Countryside Residential. There is language in there that talks about floodplains, and it was 2/3 and 67%. The change coming from County Commission was to change that to 3/4 and 75. I'm understanding Commissioner Chauncey's to change that to 60%. So, excuse me, to 60%. So, if changing, is that correct? That would be 60%?
Correct.
Okay.
And I didn't come up with that number, just, I saw what was being proposed. I saw what we compromised with 2 weeks ago, and I thought that would be another significant compromise.
Okay. All right. So we have an amendment to the motion. Any other discussion on it? All right. I'll take a roll call vote, starting on my right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I might, I have a point of clarification I would like to get, just to make sure, and then I have a couple comments if it's appropriate.
Sure, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to first clarify that the motion is to adopt Plan Hamilton as recommended by the county commission. I see you shaking your head here,
The vote we're about to take is the amendment that Commissioner Chauncey just offered.
which
We
was, still
have to vote on Plan Hamilton, whatever happens.
okay, so we're still just on the amendment side of it. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Wait, so if there were further amendments beyond that,
Other people could offer.
other people can still offer amendments above the 60%. Thank you.
Yes. Right. So you're only voting on whether or not it's 60% or 75%. And a yay vote is for 60
and yes.
and a no vote is for 75.
Yes. So I'm a yes.
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 All right.
Chairman, I call the question on the original motion and ask
Okay.
for a vote on Plan Hamilton adoption now.
Okay, we have, all right. We're voting. And you seconded it.
I'll withdraw if anybody has new things to discuss. But yes. Motion withdrawn. Commissioner Maybe.
Thank you. And I won't take much time here, but I do want to verify that this is now where we're voting on the adoption of Plan Hamilton as recommended from the county commission. So it would be removing the change that was made after the county commission meeting in Area 7. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, my turn to look at the attorney. We have the motion, just to be clear, the item, the resolution is drafted, included the change. So does that need to be an amendment to remove that just for process? So
We can
okay.
and maybe should. I mean, his motion excluded that change because he
That's correct.
clearly stated that he wanted the one that was passed by county commission.
And then
But
perhaps the clarity is enough.
If we need to add an amendment to delete that, we certainly can take action on that individually.
Commissioner Farmer, can I put you on the spot for a minute, or maybe, so the difference between the net density that was changed, the flip side of that is gross density.
Yes, sir.
Is that how we should word it? Is that, because I guess, hold on, let me confirm that with Karen when she's done talking. Is that how you understand it?
Yes, sir. There was a last minute change after I was at the county commission meeting to change that area to net density instead of gross density.
Okay, yeah. Karen? Yeah,
Sir?
just to clarify that, so the changes that you made were to change Area 7 from net density when it should have been gross density.
So we added a change that had been mentioned at the county commission meeting, I believe at the June 11th or June 18th. And that is the language that is part of the resolution currently. And I'm not sure I'm answering the
Well,
question
I
as
asked
part
you
of that.
before, I said, what change was made? What
This
deviated?
is the one change that has been made, but Commissioner Baker did just note that it had been mentioned multiple times. But yes, that would be up to county commission, but this was not in prior versions of the plan. Because we did not update the plan. We as staff did not update the plan. But to be clear, that is in the plan that is in the amendment for adoption, or excuse me, in the resolution.
Mr. Chairman, can I offer a couple words on that, please?
Yes.
Just, that was put in the plan that was adopted by the commission on August 25th. So it was added since April, but it was in well before we did our vote. So just to be clear, okay?
Okay.
So you're saying that the county commission voted on Area 7 to be net density?
That was in the plan, sir.
Is that how you understand it, Karen? Because that's not what I remember what I was voting on.
So we are trying to be very transparent in the process. And so I would, what county commissioners understood, I would leave, I would have to defer to county commissioners, but we are trying to be very transparent and, what is in the plans.
Well, if I might suggest, why don't we take individual action on that and somebody offer up a motion to amend to
Okay.
delete it and or include it so that this body has taken formal action in regards to that net or gross density.
That was my intentions the entire time, was
Sure.
to add gross density instead of net density. So if I need to put that in a form in another motion to amend, then yes, that'll be my motion.
Can I ask a question? Could your motion be to pass what the county commission passed? And then.
That's what he
That is
did.
motion.
Now I'm being told that the
So
county
well,
commission
but
passed.
what I'm getting at is, whatever we pass here will go to the county commission, correct? Can it be ferreted out at that point between now and then? If the motion is vote on what y'all voted for, then
Well, I think that there's some question about what they voted for.
That's
And
what I'm
so
saying.
the point in his amendment that he was willing to just make was that it would be irrelevant what they voted on. What we vote on would be the plan minus that net density piece.
and then they could take it up at county commission
Yes.
again? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll second
Sure.
Commissioner Johnson's motion.
So we have a motion and a second on that amendment. Mr. Payne. Just to be clear, a yes vote is gross density for Area 7, and a no vote is net density for Area 7. Right? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I think a
It would
yes,
be the op-
a
Go
yes
ahead.
is to remove this language, is the yes to remove this language from
A yes
policy
is gross
2.77.
density.
And it's actually just removing the language. The motion would be to remove this language,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll join the abstentions. I don't know what we're voting on.
We're voting to remove this language right here on your screen.
I didn't hear the motion. We didn't have a formal motion to remove that language, did we?
He did, and
He made it and I
he
seconded.
seconded it.
So it was another amendment.
The yeses have it.
I got 6 yeses and 1 no and 3 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I call the question on the original motion, the adoption of Plan Hamilton as amended by this body.
Is there any opposition to that? Okay,
I just have a question.
yes.
After the second, we get a second?
Did we get a second?
Don't need a second unless there's an objection.
Okay.
There's no objection.
I just have a question. So Karen, if this gets approved, it goes back to the county commission, correct?
If this gets approved, the resolution it is to adopt Plan Hamilton, or whatever the action is, and to recommend to county commission to adopt it. We'll move it to county commission, but we as staff will ask when county commission would like to place it on their agenda. So I don't know, they might want to talk about it first, they might want to go to committee, they might want to do additional work, but we would ask them when they would like to be placed on their committee, on their agenda. And then, again, that last reminder, if it's amended, adjusted, whatever happens at county commission, we plan on putting it back on your agenda to respond to their changes to make sure they align.
So if I understand correctly what you're saying, these amendments that we were presented with today could then be discussed again at county commission and come back to us to then approve or not?
That's correct. I think that, along with anything else.
Anything else that come up? Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a vote. Mr. Payne?
No.
Yes.
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 You guys have it. All right, thank you all. We're going to take a 10-minute recess before we pick up the rest of our agenda.
Do you have that copy? Maybe? It went down that way. Folks, we're going to start this meeting back in about 2 minutes. So if you're not here for something that's on the agenda, please make your way out of the room.
Kibbles and bits.
That's a lot. Do what? Maybe a little bit with that.
It might last about
floodplain
5
thing.
seconds.
Yeah.
It'll last about 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's probably about it.
I was back there asking Jamie about something. What he was saying.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I don't trust it.
I'm glad you did.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We have an entire agenda here in front of us. And so for those of you who do have items here on our agenda, thank you for bearing with us. Just a couple things to go over before we get started. Planning Commission's received this packet a little over a week ago, and they have had the opportunity to review it in advance of today's meeting. And so at times we do move quickly through the agenda. So make sure you've got a copy of the agenda there in front of you and you can follow along closely. What I'll do is I'll call off a case number and I'll read off the address and I'll ask if there's anybody here in opposition. If you're here in regards to a case and you wish to speak, whether it's with questions or comments or something along those lines, or you're here in opposition, please make sure to raise your hand so that I can see that you're here and that you want to speak. I'll ask if the applicant's here. They normally always are. And if we have opposition to the case, we'll hear from staff first. Then we'll give the applicant 7 minutes to present their case. After the applicant's done, they'll take a seat. And if you're here in opposition, if you folks could take a seat here on this side of the room, if you don't mind just finding a seat, because it does make it very difficult on me to be able to tell who's here that wants to speak. Because what I'll ask is if you're here in opposition to a case and you want to speak, to get out of your chair and line up on this right side of the room over here. When you come up to the podium, make sure to state your name and address for the record. We limit the time to 9 minutes total for opposition. And so from time to time, I do have to interrupt people or cut them off to make sure to give the folks behind them an opportunity to speak. After we've heard from opposition, we'll hear again from the applicant for 2 minutes. After that 2 minutes, all the discussion with opposition and the applicant will be finished. There'll be an opportunity for Planning Commission to take action on the item. All of this will be way less complicated and much smoother than what you've witnessed over the last 3 hours. With that, I'll jump into the agenda. The first item, and we're gonna try to move quickly where we can and when we can. So I'll just ask for planning commissioners to pay close attention, and that'll help speed things along. We don't have any old business. We do have new business, and the first case under new business here is it's item 1 on our agenda. It's HCSD-25-40. It's preliminary plat for Walnut Court subdivision, lots 1 through 45, located at 8704 Walnut Road. We have a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present?
We have a motion to approve with conditions. It has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on the next two cases, HCSD 2541 and HSDV 257, the applicant has requested to defer for 60 days, but I do know we have opposition present, and we did receive emails in opposition to this case.
You're talking about 41 and 7?
Yes, one's it's Windy Ridge subdivision preliminary plat, and then the variance request for Windy Ridge subdivision.
Okay.
Mike Price, MAP Engineers, requesting a 60-day deferral.
Second. We have a motion to defer these both for 60 days. It has been properly seconded. Yes, sir. We do have opposition here. If you're here in opposition, could you please raise your hand? Okay, this is being deferred for 60 days, or we at least have a motion on the floor to do that. Do you wish to still speak? Okay. All right, if you're here in opposition and like to speak, come on up.
Kathy Faulkner, 5721 Island View Drive, Harrison, Tennessee. I'm here in opposition of this. Staff denied it previously. The same conditions that it was denied for still exist. There are places on Eldridge Road that are maybe 8 foot wide at best. The water capacity for fire and rescue is not there to service the type home subdivision that Mr. Price is indicating that he's going to build. There are over 400 acres there. That could be 800 homes with an A1 zoning, 1,600 cars on that type road. And the road goes all the way. It's a U shape. It goes over a bridge that was built in the 1930s, has been slated for repair for probably the last 25 years. But because it's so far out, it has not had those repairs. I cannot imagine 1,600 cars tromping up and down this road every day with that type of density on this type of infrastructure. Aside from that, Birchwood Pike's not equipped to handle that much more traffic, and neither is the school system. So I would say unless you are going to take the road and widen it 20 foot from beginning to end, north to south, that I would deny this once again. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Jeff Everso, County Commissioner, District 10. This is not in my district, but it covers a lot of the constituents that I'm represent. We have, and you guys, along with the county, was approached with a letter dated in April from the Fire Chief, Highway 58, which is a volunteer department, about his concerns being able to access this. We do understand that the applicant is wanting to build a bridge on the north end, but still it's going to take the fire department a lot of time to get through that north end. Fire Chief Mark Hutchins told me that even with that building of a bridge on the north end, the south end bridge is not rated for a fire truck, that he would still have to classify this ISO rating of a 10, which is no coverage for that area. So we would ask that we deny this until we can get proper entry and exit for emergency vehicles. So I don't know if the fire marshal wants to say anything with it. He's here with us.
I do have a question for the fire marshal, so it'd be fantastic to hear from you.
Yes, sir.
So we're hearing about an ISO rating of 10. Do you know about how many residential units we have across the county with an ISO rating of 10?
No, sir, I do not.
Are there any?
Yes, sir, I would assume there would be.
Are there more than 100?
I couldn't give you an exact number.
Mr. Chairman, we actually conducted a study as a part of Plan Hamilton that would tell you that. We could probably get that to you.
I think that'd
pretty
be
quickly.
helpful, just to get an understanding of how this condition compares to that of the rest of the county.
It's a great point. I just think that if we know we got a problem, keep adding to it. I guess we'll keep adding to it till we seriously hurt somebody or lose property. So I'm just cautious in how we look at this.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, that letter and also RPA, that's the reason RPA has a recommendation of denial on this plat. It's the same information that we received from the fire marshal as well. That's why the reason for the denial.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Greg Vital, 5724 Dogwood Drive in the vicinity of this location. I would just say that this proposed location for development is served by a loop road. It is truly in a location of public safety. It is served on the south end by a bridge that is very narrow. On the north side, we identified that it floods periodically and is not accessible. And I would just say that I would recommend you deny this. It's not opposed to development. I appreciate Mike calling me and talking to me about this last week, but it is not appropriate and compatible with the neighborhood. We would rather see something that does not risk the public safety of Birchwood on this road. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, the opposition is going to maybe clarify if staff's recommendation is deny the plat at this time. We're not saying never. You know, if the infrastructure is improved, we could possibly look at it then. But as of right now, it's a premature development at this site due to the lack of infrastructure.
Commissioner Highlander.
Thank you, Commissioner Highlander. That is my district. And I appreciate Mr. Price's willingness to defer, but it is just totally inappropriate. I've driven that road, and I'm afraid if we did put that in there, we would have to close off the bridge because people will use that bridge and it's not safe. And they would continue. If we did not shut off that bridge and the access from the south, it would be highly, highly dangerous. Thank you.
I won't restate everything they've said, but I'm Diana Jeanette. I'm a professional forester. I'm representing David Prince. He's been called out of state with his job. So as his forester for his property, and he's the adjacent landowner just due south of this property, I said I would come as his request. One of the problems that I have with it is the landowner seems to have not respected private property. So he's crossed TVA property and created a road down to the river without permit from TVA. So just beginning with that, with the lack of disrespect, lack of respect for that landowner, I could see that there probably be potential down the road for disrespect to the adjacent landowner, which is Mr. Prince. With that many buildings going in there, you know, the light pollution and possible water flow onto his property, which is slightly lower elevation. And with the soil that is already coming from that road down, which created to the river, is going down to his dock just below. So that's another problem too, which is water quality. So just those things that I'm worried about as a forester, and water quality is an issue. And I've been dealing with that for 46 years around here with forestry, farming, and urbanization problems. So we have standards in the state. I'll leave these with you if you want. I could only get 2 of these books from Division of Forestry, but if you want, I'll bring you some more like when I get them from the state. But this is what we follow with farming and forestry. And it kind of pertains to your RPAs for your floodplain, because that doesn't follow those standards. So if someone would like to see those, you can have more if you want. And I'll get them to you, and I'll leave my business card. If you would like them, I'll bring them to you or mail them to you. They'll explain a little bit more what we want in water quality issues and ground cover to maintain soil in place and water quality for the aquifers. But that's all I can really say besides what they've already said on behalf of Mr. Prince. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. Shannon Dalton, I'm a resident of Hamilton County, specifically in Birchwood. Just going to speak briefly on behalf of a couple of the of my neighbors there, as well as my daughter and my brother, who we all live right on that road. There's many times traffic, my grandkids, I have 4 of them, they play up and down. It's a rural community. Traffic comes both ways. You have to stop. It's very tight. If we introduce 100 homes at 2 cars each, that's 200 cars traveling up and down this road. Oncoming traffic has to pull over, another car has to go around, sometimes backing up. I don't know if you saw the bridge. People fish off of that bridge. Yeah, you go one more slide up, you can see you have to actually come to a stop, and people have to, yeah, right there. Oh, I see on this one. And they have to come off, get off the side of the road so you can pass. Very scary for fire trucks or ambulances, I would say, and then an additional residents having back there. So obviously I would be very opposed, as well as my neighbors and family, to this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Price?
Again, we would ask for a 60-day deferral so we can amend our request and bring it back before this body.
And what do you think that amendment will look like? Just to,
We will
help us out
be
a little bit.
working on infrastructure questions.
okay. Addressing some of the concerns that we're hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add a couple things, Chairman?
Mr.
I'll
Chairman.
try to be brief, but Representative Vital, I appreciate you being here. You and Dr. Highlander I've spoken to on this issue several times. Currently, it's staff's position that this is not an appropriate place to build certainly that number of houses. So I just want to say we agree with you. One thing we could use some help on, and I'd love to talk to you about it sometime, is just our limitations under state law when it comes to denying plats. We think we have a good case here because the road doesn't even meet minimum fire code, but there's lots of other reasons that we might want to deny a plat. And under our understanding right now, there's very limited times that we can deny a plat. So that would be a good discussion to have sometime. I think we could use some state help at the state level. Our position right now from the county is that the infrastructure has to be approved at minimum standards before we would be comfortable with any kind of development back there. So I just want to state that for the record.
Karen or Brian, I think it was at the last meeting I had asked for some clarification around what we could and couldn't do in regards to a preliminary plat, to Mr. Janway's point. When will we get that kind of information?
Well, we did have a conversation with the land use attorney, I guess, 2 weeks ago. And yes, you have the right to deny plats when it's premature, when the infrastructure is not present. One of the bigger questions is that I think Mr. Janeway's pointing to, who does that infrastructure? That gets into Nolan-Dolan test. Maybe Janie or Karen can speak up, but yes, you have the right to deny subdivision plats. When there is identified through a study, such in this case, there is a study that says from the fire marshal, highway department, that access, we have a concern about providing public access to a property like this, just not only here, but it's across the whole county. So I don't know if that answers, but I don't know when we'll have the report.
We spoke, as Brian mentioned, we spoke with the county attorney, Janie Varnell, another land use attorney, about that question. And we can either see if we can do a memo. We'll probably ask her for guidance, either do a memo, or we can bring someone in for some additional training on that. But we did, Brian's covered some of it. We do have to be careful. Would it be most helpful to have training and be able to do some Q&A, or we can talk about that offline?
Okay, that'd be helpful. And then I guess I'm curious, and I don't know exactly what Mr. Price comes back with in 60 days, but I mean, is there, and this will be the second time today, like, what's the logic behind a number? You know, like we earlier today said, you know, we were going to fill 60% of a floodplain. And I'm just like, okay, well, somebody just pick that number. Like, that's something we look back on and we're like, what is 60%? What difference does it make if it's 100 or 62? And here we've got a proposed density of 1.5. If it were 1, would it be a yes? Or if it were a 0.5, would it be a yes? Like, at what point and how do we make that decision? Or how do we even provide an applicant any guidance in regards to what can or can't be done on this property? Because I don't think it's the case that they can't do anything on the property. I mean, if they wanted to put one house there, they certainly could.
Yeah, and that's what the staff recommendation report here says, we're not saying never on this property until such time infrastructure is being fixed to this area. This is premature development. It's not ready for development. Now, 5 years from now, it could be, if the roads are improved by the county or a partnership with the applicant, it could be ready for development at that point.
Okay.
But I don't know what the actual number is. Right now, it's unsafe for anybody, depending on what we receive from our partners.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just add that, in a low tax county with limited resources, we have to pick and choose what we decide to improve. And, we use some data to come up with those types of things. Safety is one of those data points. With the small amount of residents that live out there right now, it doesn't warrant $10 million worth of upgrades on the county's dime necessarily. We've got other roads that are just as dangerous for other reasons that have a whole lot more traffic volume. So, outside of a giant tax increase and, a lot more resources, we can't just go improve every road that doesn't meet our current standards. So.
Sure. All right. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just point of clarification, since there's denies on both 2541 and 257, are we taking action to defer for 60 days on both of those?
Well, we are just taking action on one at a time.
Okay.
But, so we only have a motion in regards to HCSD-25-41. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, but I think you probably already answered this, but the point in coming back in 60 days is you're going to address the concerns that you've heard today.
There is ongoing conversations with the administration and staff.
To address the
Address
concerns. Okay.
these questions.
Yes.
I think I heard from Mr. Janaway that the county was unlikely to improve the road.
My understanding in talking to the elected officials is that there's not a willingness at this time to spend county money to improve that road to a point where we would approve the subdivision. So our desire is that however it works out, that we get the road upgraded to a minimum fire code standard without county taxpayer dollars going into that project.
And Mr. Price, are you saying your client is willing to upgrade
I'm
infrastructure?
saying that we need more time to complete the conversations with the county.
So I think we are also limited on the amount of time we can defer a preliminary plat.
Yeah, under state law, you have to have to act in 60 days. So in 60 days, we'll have to act on it. It's deemed approved, whether that's a denial. The applicant can, I think, seek to waive that time frame under state law.
Okay. And so we're fine on that front?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, of course, and like a zoning case, if it is denied, he can come back in 60 days and submit a new plat or whatever. It's not like the zoning case. You have to wait
Sure.
a year.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 3 on our agenda, HCSD V-25-7 is a variance request for Windy Ridge subdivision.
Move for the first 60 days.
We have a motion to defer for 60 days. It has been properly seconded. Is there any opposition present? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda is HCSD V-25-8. It has a staff recommendation to approve a variance located at 7922 Middle Road. Miller Road, sorry. Is there any opposition present? What's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is HCSD-25-42. This is preliminary plat at Cope Rib subdivision. Slots 1 through 118, located at 1401 and 1413 Lovelady Lewis Road and 9415 Dallas Hollow Road. As a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is the applicant present? Any questions? Is there any opposition present? What's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda, item 6 is HCSD-25-43, and this is a final plat for Hickson Pike Townhomes. It's lots 1 through 18 located at 7731 Hickson Pike. Staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve. I need a second.
Second.
Has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, item 7 is HCSD-25-44. This is a final plat for 3 Gorgeous Farm subdivision, Phase 1, lots 1 through 22 and 39 through 49, located at 11024 Worley Road. Staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present? What's the will of the commission?
Second.
We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8 is HCSD-25-45, and this is a final plat for Serenity Cove subdivision, Phase 2, lots 9 through 20, 28 through 50, and Community Lot 87. Staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, item 9 is SPV-25-2. It's a variance located at 4207 Mountain Creek Road. Staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present?
Yes.
And is the applicant present? All right. Mr. Schultz.
Yes, this is a variance request. It's not for a plat. That'll be later, depending on what happens today on the outcome of this variance. This is off Mountain Creek Road, just adjacent to Reeds Lake. This is a request to the Chattanooga subdivision regulations on right-of-way standards. The minimum right-of-way for local roads is 50 feet. Their applicant's requesting 40 foot. And then the cul-de-sac, the radius of that cul-de-sac is a minimum of 60 feet. The applicant is asking for a 40-foot radius. And applicant can speak to this. Part of the request, the reason for the request is to the north. It's hard to see in the site plan. It's a stream buffer. It's pushing these lots because the lots have to have a minimum lot size of 7,500 square foot. And so therefore he's asking for a reduction in the minimum right of way to make these lots meet the lot sizes. I think I've covered it accurately. But staff reviewed this with our other partners in the review process and recommend approval of this variance request.
All right. And to be clear, this is a variance request in regards to the right-of-way widths and the other items that
Correct.
you just stated. So I understand that you're here in opposition. I'm having a hard time imagining why you would be opposed to the right-of-way widths and the other things that he's just stated. Maybe you can prove me wrong, or maybe you're opposed to what is later on the agenda, which is a subdivision plat?
No, the subdivision will not be on the plat on the agenda today. It's be coming later, future months. This is just for variance. I think the applicant wants to determine what happens on this variance, because this plat, if the variance is denied, he'd have to submit something different.
Okay. So I'd like to hear from the applicant first.
Good afternoon, Commission. Ian Blackmore, 1734 Dayton Boulevard. We're here today for a variance request. This would then determine how our final engineering and plats would be prepared. I do want to clarify one thing before I cover some of these notes. We're requesting for a reduction in the cul-de-sac radius of the right-of-way from 60 to 58, not 40. That's purely an offset from the asphalt.
Gotcha, I see it there now. I wrote 40 from the pavement width.
So the reason for this variance request is the property is sandwiched between steep slopes to the bottom of the page and a creek and buffers on the other two sides along Reeds Lake. So in order to develop a cohesive site plan that's in keeping with the other subdivision types in the neighborhood, in order to have lots fronting on both sides, due to the fact that this area of town has the 7,500 square foot R1 requirement, that 5-foot reduction in the right of way is needed to get those lots to 7,500 square foot minimum due to the constraints on all three. So it's purely a geometric request. It was determined by our consultants and our engineers that this would not be detrimental to the community or to the intent of the area. And I believe staff in reviewing their plans agreed to that or confirmed that. And so again, I just want to mention, this is a request for the right of way to go from 50 foot to 40 foot for less than 500 feet on a 5-acre parcel, and for the cul-de-sac right of way radius to be reduced from 60 to 58.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
One quick question. It looks like there's a lot on here that's not numbered. Is that a community lot? Is between 9 and 10?
Correct. Again, there's some steep slopes and buffer and things there. That would be a community lot.
Got a quick question as well.
Yes.
Has the fire department reviewed this?
Yes, they approved that. That was part of the staff
Part of
approval.
staff? Okay.
Yeah, part of the staff, it's fire department and transportation department.
I do want to mention 2 other things. I had written them down during lunch. So up Reed's Lake Road, as Reed Lake transitions to the homes that are up there, it's reduced to a 40-foot right of way. So it's directly adjacent to this. The existing asphalt on Reed's Lake is 19 to 20 feet of asphalt. And then there's multiple neighborhoods in here that have cul-de-sac right of ways at 50 foot. So we're asking for 58 when all of the adjoining cul-de-sacs are 50.
Right. You're here in opposition. You want to speak?
My name's Bill Todd. I live at 4510 Solomon Seal Trail, Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's about a quarter mile from where this development would be built. I'm here speaking for myself, and I guess I could also be speaking for Chip Henderson, my councilman who I discussed this issue with this morning. It's my understanding from talking to Councilman Henderson that this variance is really unnecessary, that the builder could actually build within the current zoning regulations 10 lots. But the whole issue for this variance request is he wants to build 14. And how he intends to get the additional acreage for the 14 lots is by shrinking the road dimensions. In other words, instead of being 50 feet wide, they're going to be 40 feet wide. And as was previously discussed, the cul-de-sac is going to be made smaller as well. Now, we have numerous roads, and our area is known as Mountain Creek Trails. And we have numerous roads in Mountain Creek Trails, the majority of which are very poor. There are no shoulders, there are no bike lanes, there's no sidewalks. In many cases, some of the roads aren't even lined for traffic, right lane, left lane. The last thing we need in our neighborhood is a subdivision with narrower roads. I believe it's truly both a vehicular as well as a pedestrian hazard and we have significant both vehicular and pedestrian traffic throughout our community. So I think what this really boils down to is the developer would sacrifice pedestrian and vehicular safety to get 4 more lots into his property, into his development. And I hope that you would see that, the variance is really unnecessary.
I just want to
because, again,
jump
he can
in.
actually build 10
I need
lots
to
within
interrupt.
the regulation as
Because
it is right now.
you're saying things that just aren't true. And I just need it on the record that it's not true, what's being said. But the road widths are going to be the same, right? The road width is going to be.
Correct. No variance for subdivision regulation.
Okay, so we're just talking about right of way. And there's a big difference between right of way and road widths. So I just want to make sure you understand that the roads that he is proposing to build are in keeping with all the subdivision regulations.
Okay, well, we
And are
got this
bigger.
from the plan
Yeah.
that we had received. Unfortunately, Mr. Hunt is no longer here, but, yeah, from our study of the plans, it showed a reduction of
It's
10 feet in road dimension.
It's right away. I think that's the confusion.
Yeah.
It's the
It's
10
right
feet is
away.
a reduction of the right of way. The road will be exactly the same size as it would have been if he didn't ask for anything. Curb to curb, it'd be exactly the same. It'd be what's on the back side of the curves is what he's asking for a reduction in.
Okay, so, well, is it not true that a variance is typically requested to make a property, to make it possible to develop a property that otherwise would not be able to be developed? Because if that's true, then there'd be no need for this variance, because the property as it sits right now, as we speak today, could be developed under the current zoning regulations for 10 lots. And his plan is for 14, and that's what's driving this variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Faulkner, 4703 Mountain Creek Road. Well, like most things coming before you, it's about money. The developer wants 14 lots, or does he want 14 lots? He's in negotiations with the city right now to sell the property, all of it. The state's appropriated $1.8 million to build a park there. What he wants is a little more right away given to him, so his property will be worth more. I don't know if he's going to build on it or not. I don't know. I've seen a plan. I've seen a plan that showed where he had sold a strip of property 564 feet long on Reeves Lake Road, where he could have built a road into this. The selling of that property necessitated the building of a road somewhere else off Mountain Creek, which he claims he needs a variance to build. And he probably does to get 14 lots, but not to get 10. He could have come off Reeves Lake Road, but he sold the property on Reeves Lake Road, could have kept a strip of it to go through, but he didn't. We oppose this because it just basically prolongs a problem we've had all along. Mr. Pratt has been negotiating with the city to sell the property. We have the money, 1.8 million. I don't know what kind of complications changing the rules in the middle of the game on this thing for the variance is going to make, but it certainly is not going to help get the park. It's certainly not going to help the state's request and expectation of that park in the city of Chattanooga. And the neighbors are pretty much opposed. We have 5,000 people that signed a previous petition against anything being done on this quarry, which was supposed to be a golf course, and it was in a deed for 25 years. And I'll add one more thing to that. He wants to take out a small pond, which is spring-fed pond. That doesn't need to be done either. I don't know. I know it's not in the variance now, but I have seen the plan that has been addressed here, and it does mean taking that out. Not only that, but the road that he's proposing is offset from the road across the street. And it was my understanding, talking to various planner people, including elected officials, that if you designed a road, it was best to have it and approved if it was opposing the road on the other side, not offset. So we have an offset road. We have a variance request created by the developer for a reason that I'm not sure is to do anything but possibly change the negotiations. I don't know, or eminent domain. I don't know what's planned. I just know we have $1.8 million to buy it. I know we're trying to buy it. I know what the rules are now. I don't feel like a variance would benefit any people in the city of Chattanooga or the county. It would benefit the developer only. Thank you.
Hello again, Angela Amunatigi, 1133 Mountain Creek Road. So this one's actually in my backyard. I'd like to take a different approach today. I am here in place of the Lorax to speak for my neighbors and the ponds and the springs that future generations will not get to enjoy if this variance is granted. I speak for the first baby deer with spots that I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it was dead on the side of the road, a result of congested roads and their habitat being encroached on. No other family will get to enjoy its beauty. I would like to highlight that Chattanooga has achieved the distinguishment of being a national park city, from a polluted past to a city in a park. Our goals and values include coexisting harmoniously with nature, prioritizing green spaces and environmental stewardship, protecting our ecosystems. I don't understand how destroying a spring-fed pond to change a housing plat does not reflect the values and goals of our park city. So I request that Pratt respect the rules and build within the current regulations and respect the community as well as the wildlife surrounding it. There are many infrastructural things on Mountain Creek Road that haven't been addressed. I see regularly with heavy rains, the road floods. I have spoken with people that have had their sewage back up. I have spoken with people that have near this development where their townhomes are being flooded. So what is being done to address these issues before we're requesting more ability to build more concrete? Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, I'm sorry, the time for opposition's up. We only allot 9 minutes for opposition. Mr. Blackmore.
I want to help clarify a few things. So as a professional engineer, our first responsibility is the health and safety of the public. This variance in no form or fashion affects the roadway, the standards, the subdivision regulations, the widths. It's purely a dimensional from a platting standpoint. So there's no health and safety items being affected by this variance from a plat dimensional standpoint. There was a lot going on there. Some mention of other property that's no longer owned by us along Reed's. We don't own that. So we can't put a road through there. The offset, he is correct that our proposed subdivision road is offset from the existing road there. However, it is offset at a distance that meets roadway guidelines and city guidelines. It's an appropriate driveway separation distance. The pond was I believe, don't speak to me, I'm not that old, but I think it was man-made for the golf course. It's been deemed non-jurisdictional, so it will be permitted to be modified in the shape and size. Are there any other questions? Like I said, there was a lot going on that really didn't apply to this.
Yeah, Mr. Blakemore, thank you. I just had, if you'll help educate me real quick, could this property be developed without the variance?
Yes.
Okay, and how does that change, how does that impact your development without the variance?
It would be a different lot layout. It would be, it would not necessarily be less lots, different size lots, different shaped lots. And so we were looking to come up with a double-sided road. That's the feel, that's a normal feel of a subdivision. That's the intent, was to develop a lot layout that is consistent with what's on all of the other cul-de-sacs in that area.
Okay, but it can still be developed without the variance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant?
These are all 7,500 square feet or larger, so they do meet all that. So it's not about a lot size or a density. It's purely a platting dimensional standpoint.
And one other quick question. So you mentioned that other subdivisions in the area weren't required to follow that same standard.
I don't know if you have an aerial view, but
yeah, how is that?
There's multiple
I
cul-de-sac
guess, Brian, it's a
roads.
question to you.
I don't have an aerial view showing all those cul-de-sacs, but at one time in the subregs, we did have it's called a short cul-de-sac. It was 500 feet or less and 10 or fewer lots. You could do what he's asking for.
And new rules or new rules came into play that
Removed
disallowed that. Okay.
That was basically a fire code change.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Time for public comment on this agenda item has ended. Sorry.
You're 4 hours, and I was hoping to be able to speak.
But we only allowed 9 minutes for opposition. We do have a motion. It was seconded. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries. we, I want to take a roll call vote on this, just because I got some yeses, some nos. I couldn't hear them. Dr. Cottle, could you start on the end? Yes.
Yes. No.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. You guys have it? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is item 10. It's SDP 25-29. It's a final plat for Coffee Tree subdivision. It's lots 1 through 183 and 1001 and 1003, located at 6648 Middle Valley Road. Staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition? Is the applicant present? What's the will of the commission? We have a staff recommendation to approve.
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. The first item under old business is case 2025-0058. It's located at 6616 Snow Hill Road, 8454 and 8455 Groundhog Trail. It's a rezoning application. It's from A1 to R1. Staff is recommended to defer for 90 days. Is the applicant present? And are you good with that?
We are. When we asked the original deferral, when we started this process, everyone thought Plan Hamilton was going to be finished within a very short period of time. Obviously, that's not occurred. To give us the necessary time for Plan Hamilton to pass to see then how it affects this development. That's why we're asking for 90 days. Hopefully the county commission then can take the appropriate action. Then we'll all know what are the rules as it relates to development moving forward.
Thank you. And are you here in opposition to this?
Steve Holler, County Commissioner, District 9. Also, we did have a community meeting at Fairview Church on this, and most of the people are not, and I am not opposed to the standards as they are, but the PUD would increase the density, and it's a very dangerous area. It's a hill going up, and when people come out of that church, the people flying over that hill, it's really rough already. And the community thinks it would be extremely, extremely dangerous to add more density. We're not against, at least I'm not, and I'm not sure, I think most of the people are not against having it zoned as is, as it's already zoned, but a PUD would increase the density too much. And that's our feeling on that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's the next case. That's the PUD that Commissioner Hyler is referring to.
Thank you.
So again, when we submitted this plan, we did not know that PUDs, which I mentioned earlier when we were talking about Plan Hamilton, I said that's going to be a dead animal. It's a dead zone moving forward, as is R1. So again, so we're asking for 90 days so we can figure out exactly what we need to come back in with that meets whatever Plan Hamilton is. But until the commission passes it, I'm stuck still waiting to know how to move forward. So that's why we're asking for the 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Melton, 8618 Snow Hill Road. We think this needs to be denied once and for all. The Sweetbriar subdivision adjacent to this property has an overall density of 2.3 per acre. It consists of two 100-acre parcels. The R1 parcel was rezoned in 2001, 6 years before the Wolf Tier plan adoption. It was limited to 275 homes at max density of 2.75 per acre. The other 100-acre parcel was submitted for rezoning in 2019. The request was from R1 to A1 and A1 to RTZ, later changed to R1 and A1 to R1. The Planning Commission placed a max density of 2.27 per acre on the R1 request, but the County Commission denied that request. So phase 1 of Sweetbriar is still zoned as A1. Since the 2019 rezoning request was denied for the adjacent subdivision, this request should also be denied. The Plan Hamilton draft by Reagan Smith designated this property as 2 per acre. A road analysis conducted by Reagan Smith said, while Snow Hill and Hunter Roads are critical connections between Harrison, Udawa, and Collegedale, these areas are not well suited to higher density development. Narrow right-of-ways, topography, and the volume of traffic already serviced by these limited connectors make it difficult and expensive to retrofit these roadways in a manner appropriate for anything other than base zone density, which is 2 per acre. The new plan draft that was made before the county commission changed it was 2 per acre for this road. The Wolf Deaver plan was 2 per acre for this road. Snow Hill Road has not changed at all since the Wolf Deaver plan adoption. Snow Hill Road already has over 1,000 homes approved and coming in the future, which will double the existing homes on Snow Hill Road. The 2024 TDOT traffic count for Snow Hill Road at that end was 10,922. That with the growth rate of 5% applied, the previous year had 35%. So the 10,922 was not an actual count. They just did an overall 5% growth rate with 35% actual count the year before growth rate. The majority of the open space in this area in this PUD is located in the floodplain, the floodway, 150-foot TBI power line easement, and a cul-de-sac. There's a development of lots and stormwater ponds in the floodplain. The TVA transmission tower for the high voltage transmission lines is located near the pool, tennis court, and pickleball court and parking lots. The swimming pool is located just outside the TVA easement, and the pickleball or tennis court and parking lots are located within that easement. There are lots and stormwater ponds located in the floodplain, as I said. There are significant flooding issues in this area, which were brought up at the community meeting. This PUD would add to those issues and displace floodwaters to other property owners. Sewer capacity is not even available right now. From what we understand, it won't be for 6 years. For these many, many reasons, we are asking you to deny this rezoning case. Thank you.
Sabrina Daniel, 4410 Maryland Drive. I agree with this lady. I mean, we've just heard you've already approved more houses to go on Snow Hill Road. I would like to see a moratorium on building until you deal with the road.
In regards to case 2025-0058, what's the will of the commission?
Move to defer 90 days.
We have a motion to defer for 90 days, and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda is item 2. It's case 2025-0059. It's located at 6616 Snow Hill Road and 8454 and 8455 Groundhog Trail. And it's a special permit for residential plan unit development. And the applicant's request or staff is recommended a 90-day deferral. It's the PUD for the case we just saw.
Move deferral 90 days.
We have a motion to defer for 90 days, and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is case 2025-0119. And this is located at 5813 Lee Highway. And staff is recommended to approve the applicant's request for rezoning from CC to CR. Is there any opposition present?
Go ahead.
We got one email in opposition. I think that she's owns a shopping center.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. This is in District 6, so I would like an opportunity to say a few things before a motion. The applicant is here, and I'm not going to ask her to come up unless she wants to. We've talked and we've met. She met with the neighborhood as I requested, or some of the surrounding businesses and neighbors. And we looked at all the possibilities that come with this rezone, and I hate to say that I'm not in favor of it. As we discussed, she's got a great business plan. It's a great business. I think it's one of those cases where all this rezoning took place and reception facilities got put in a zone with some other high density stuff. And I'm going to make a motion to deny, because I think we've got to look at the big picture for the Lee Highway corridor, and CR backing up to neighborhoods is just not the best use for that zone, considering what's around it. and it also leaves it open for other things. I would like to continue to work with the business owner to see if we can, and I've talked to Karen about this, about a special exception in a CC zone for what she's trying to do. But for the big picture, not having anything to do or any reflection on Miss Evans' business, I think it is proper for the area. The zone is not. So I'd like to make a motion to deny.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a motion to deny, and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
I know that I'm Claudine Evans and Jenny Burrs. I have did everything she has required me to do. Met with the neighbors, and she have, like she said, she has no problem with the business or what I'm doing or the location I'm doing it. And basically it's all of this deferring and changing and denying, is costing me money for something that she thinks is a good idea. She thinks it's a good location. I met with the neighbors. They think it's okay. No one is opposing me. Only thing that she's thinking about is the future, that something that may not happen, she could be dead by the time it changed to whatever she thinks is going to happen. I'm planning to be there for years. And I would like the opportunity for it to be approved today.
Ms. Evans, may I say, Chairman?
Yeah, I do feel bad that I did not give you the opportunity before the motion was made, and I apologize for that. And you made the motion, and so you would need to open the floor back up if we were going to do that. I'm really sorry for having missed that. So my sincerest apologies. Planning Commission has taken action on it. I will further say that at City Council, if Councilwoman Burrs is opposed to your rezoning request, then it gets denied at City Council.
Well, give me an opportunity to go to City Council.
You will have an opportunity to go before City Council.
Okay.
I heard Councilwoman Burrs say that it's backed up to residential, but it looked to me, based on what I was looking at, that it was actually backed up to some sort of industrial use. And, I don't normally vote. I've only voted on 3 cases ever in the history of chairing Planning Commission, but I don't know that I would necessarily have agreed with her, but
I don't see.
You really need to convince her, I think, between now and City Council. And I'll let you speak.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want the commission to vote their gut as well, not just because I say so. I think that a CR zone with the list of items that it could be, and she's in a plaza with several suites. And so to allow CR, that means that every other business in that suite it opens it up for those suites to take on some of those roles, which I think is not appropriate for that corridor of Lee Highway, which she and I discussed. I've been trying to be as transparent as possible, and we agreed on some things and others we don't. And I respect what she's trying to do. 2 things, it will come before City Council. As I said earlier, I would like to work with RPA on a special exception in the CC zone. So it's not dead in the water here for 2 reasons. One, it comes before the City Council, and I hope my council members vote what they feel is the right thing to do, not because I say so. But the CR zone, without pulling out the list, it could be outdoor, indoor storage. It could be amusement park, indoor. There's other things that when you open up a CR zone that just don't fit that part of the Lee Highway corridor. And there's a nonprofit that is really working hard to revitalize that Brainerd Road Lee Highway corridor. And I think we have to think of the big picture long term. I hope you're there for a long time if it works out. And that as I explained to you there, I've got to think about the bigger picture of the Lee Highway corridor and what it could be if the owner decided to sell it tomorrow. I hope that doesn't happen, but that's where I'm coming from. So thank you for being here, and I apologize that I didn't invite you up as well to say something.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, for the applicant walks away, it's be October 14th. That's city council. So it'll be October 14th at 3:30.
I would add that it would be possible too we have historically added conditions to prevent uses that were concerns. And so, one possible solution for her at city council would be some conditions that would eliminate your concerns, but, allow for the use that there doesn't seem to be any opposition for.
Thank you for that.
Next case on the agenda is item 4. It's case 2025-0124, and it's located at 3916, 3920, and 3926 Murray Hills Drive, and it's an application to rezone from RN 16 to IMU. And staff is recommended to deny the applicant's request. Is there any opposition present? All right, Mr. Jones, come on up. Mr. Schultz.
Sure. We went through this last month, and staff recommended to deny this request, that the plan did not support it. Since that time, I think the applicant has met with the neighborhood association. I'm getting to the screen here. He has proposed 4 conditions, but staff recommended to deny. It was partially compatible with the Highway 58 plan. The request for storage in the IMU zone is not compatible with adjacent residential land uses along Murray Hills Drive. It will set the precedent for future requests, introducing industrial zone and uses at this location. The RN2 zone is a medium density zone, is more appropriate at this location. So that's why staff recommended to deny. And on the screen, the applicant has 4 conditions that he'd met with the neighborhood. That's maximum building height of 35 feet. Provide a 30-foot landscape buffer to the northwest along tax map 128ED06. Provide a landscape front yard along Murray Hills Drive, and prohibiting uses such as heavy retail, rental and service, industrial light, live entertainment, live performance venue, major vehicle repair, warehouse, and outdoor storage uses are recommended for being prohibited.
Great.
Mr. Jones.
Alan Jones with Stone Creek Consulting, 1112 Wilmouth Road, Dunlap, Tennessee. I'll keep the comments brief. Had a great neighborhood meeting last week to discuss this project. It is for a private condo storage facility, which are privately owned. The neighbors were in support of this type of development. Unfortunately, once the new zoning code came through, the self-storage use is not allowed in the commercial zone. So we're asking for that light industrial mixed use. The 4 conditions that Brian read aloud are the conditions that through that neighborhood meeting, everyone was pleased with. And then just an email from the president of the neighborhood association, Councilman Clark. The neighborhood will welcome this investment and hopes the zoning changes are approved. Murray Hill deserves the investment and safety that this development would provide. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Mr. Anderson.
I can confirm second or as a third party that meeting did occur last week. It was a virtual meeting in Murray Hills. I heard they had a lot of participation. The neighborhood president spoke to me and did confirm all these conditions were agreed. I want to commend you, Alan, because the neighborhood was very against it before that meeting, and through compromise and listening to each other, you came up with something that everyone could support, and therefore I move approval.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. And just to clarify, that is with conditions?
With the conditions listed, yes, thank you. With the ones
It's
that are
fun
on the
to
screen.
catch Mr. Anderson.
Thank you,
Some
yeah.
sort of error in his motion.
Rare too.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand that?
Yeah, I knew it all along.
You're second. Okay. So we do have a motion. It has been properly seconded, and that is to approve with conditions that are listed here. Any discussion?
Just a quick question for staff. I feel like this is the 4th or 5th time we've seen storage and industrial coming up as an issue. It's kind of an edge scenario where a lot of people want to do it in kind of commercial corridor areas, but it's only allowed in industrial under the new code. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're aware of that. And once we have time,
Yeah, I
We're
want to
looking
make
into
sure we're
that.
tracking that.
We
'cause
just,
I-
the three of us haven't had much time lately, as you
Yeah.
might imagine why, to look at that. So
Okay, thank you.
So looking in that vein, I do have a question too. I was thinking about this. Are you talking about selling these condos?
That's correct.
So
They're
would-
private self-storage units.
Yeah, so that's what I'm at. I mean, does that a condo unit like that, is it a self-storage at that point? I mean, what's the difference if I?
nobody's staying there, is my understanding. It's condos, if you will, for people to store things and go
Well,
work on
man,
it.
it's popular. People are doing it everywhere.
They're out west, yeah, and
They're
so
everywhere. They're put.
I don't think they're
high-end cars
residential.
And RVs. There's a difference between what people consider a self-storage facility.
Right.
And these things.
Yeah, and I
just
don't know
was
the
curious
codes
if
have
we
caught
should
up with that,
address
but
it
these
in the
are,
plan.
these are not residential. But I would consider these condo for residential uses.
Okay.
All in favor, say.
Well,
Did
I was
you
just
have
gonna say,
something
as
else,
the architect, the only thing I'll say is, the use, whether you rent the self-storage or you own the self-storage, the use, building code's gonna look at it the same way.
Right.
So that would be the.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commission.
Right, first item under new business is case 2025-0143, and this is located at 14286 Stormer Road. And it's a special permit for a single wide home and has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve and it has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case, item 2, under new business, is case 2025-0128. This is located at 2008 East 14th Street. It's an application to rezone from RN 15 to CN, and staff is recommended to deny. Is there any opposition present?
We did receive opposition emails. I don't know if they're here today or not. But we've seen this case, I guess, 6-7 months ago, and the applicant's encouraged to withdraw that at that time to come back with definite uses. He didn't have it in that time, didn't really have intended use. Has come back now with office, laundromat, or coffee shop potential at this location. Staff still recommends to deny. It's just introducing commercial into this residential neighborhood. What commercial zones you do have, you can see on the screen, it's found along East Main Street and not into the residential neighborhood.
Sure. Is there, is the applicant present? Okay. Yes.
I have a question for staff. Actually, Brian, can you go back? That's what I wanted, was the aerial map there.
Sure. It butts up the church parking lot. I think to the west is single unit and there's vacant land. And then most of the commercial again is along East Main Street.
Can you go back to the zoning map? Show me what that is. So it's all RN 15 on that side of the street, but there's
Correct.
institutional use because it's a paved asphalt lot on that
Yes.
section of it. Okay. I agree with staff, and I think the council person probably will as well. I move denial.
We have a motion to deny it, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion?
Quick question for staff. Can you very briefly remind me the difference between CN and CNT? And if CNT.
CNT is more of a transition type zone. And it allows in some areas, like in St. Elmo, you have the wood shop. It looked like it was like, that would allow that type of use at that location.
Which sounds like what they're requesting here. I'm just wondering. if that would
Well,
be-
this is an existing single-family home where the wood shop in St. Elmo was clearly built as a commercial structure. This is a single-family home.
Okay.
And the plan doesn't support it either.
Yeah, I think if this was on the corner, either on what I believe over there is Willow or.
Lyerly or Willow, I'm not sure which one it is.
Is that Lyerly? I think it's Willow where it comes down.
It may be Willow.
I think it's Willow. It's just removed off of that intersection where I think CNT would make sense, but yeah, I agree with Mr. Anderson. That's why I seconded.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is item 3, case 2025-0129. This is located at 1813 Old Wahatchee Pike, and it's a plan unit development amendment, and staff is recommended to defer for 30 days. Is there any opposition present? And you're the applicant?
Eric Kronenberg, 887 Wiley Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Would love to try to push forward with this today instead of deferral. We were kind of blindsided by the deferral last week. It's a minor amendment to a 2019 approved PUD. I'm happy to talk about it.
He has a presentation. I can go to his presentation if you will. But really the reason for the PUD amendment is changing some uses, reducing the uses, reducing the square footage of the structures, which is not a major change. The boundaries staying the same. One of the issues is reducing the 25-foot PUD perimeter setback to some locations. I think 0 in some locations.
No, I think to 5.
0 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's no more a reduction than the 2019 approval.
And so, and also providing not on-site, but off-street parking.
Yeah.
That's not allowed in the current codes. That's why we recommended deferral was for the applicant to meet with CDOT or Transportation Department to discuss, was this plan even realistic in terms of?
Yeah, so we have the approval letters and feedback from the 2019 plan where they were talked about the right of way. The existing asphalt width is under wide. You could say I think it's 18 to 19 feet. We're proposing to widen the street to provide 22-foot clear and on-street parking for almost the entire length of the property. We have one area that's at 20'6". The previous approval for the PUD wanted 20 feet everywhere. 22 is preferred, so we have it almost everywhere. We're happy to ask for a variance as a secondary measure to reduce the parking provide off street, but we're trying to move this forward. Again, this is for the Lookout Mountain Conservancy. Part of going smaller with the housing is to make this more attainable, make this work better for teachers and other, civic employees and staff for buyers. The off-street parking going to on-street is critical to help make that affordability work and provide a safe environment by widening the street to make it more passable than what's there right now. So if we need to get deferred, but we're a bit blindsided by the fact that we have the road width, we're improving it. We have parking. If we need a separate variance, we're happy to ask for a separate variance for that. We're confused why that this is 2019 with minor amendments, we're getting deferred.
I'm assuming you've talked to Councilwoman Dotley.
I have not yet.
Okay, so.
All right, and if we need to take the time to talk to her for the deferral, that's.
No, I think you should do that between now and city council.
Yeah.
And I think we should hear a motion to approve this.
I'll make a motion to approve, and I'm pretty familiar with what Councilwoman Dotley supports, and I don't think she would want this to defer 30 days for it getting to her, so I would move approval.
I'm going to second, but I'm also going to ask staff. I'm really confused about the language around the on-street parking. We have on-street parking all over town. What do you mean it's not allowed? Like, can you clarify that?
I don't see about transportation here. I'm not a transportation engineer. Do you, anybody else here? So I'll try my best. My understanding, it's not allowed at this location, perhaps, maybe misspoke. But that's what we were told, correct? If I'm wrong.
I think there were maybe traffic safety concerns and with I don't know if there's a turn. I honestly don't know either. We deferred to their expertise and they were the ones that suggested the deferral for more information so that they could work it out with themselves and the applicant.
And this is not an urban overlay. That could be the other difference, but one of their comments is no on-street parking is not allowed at this location.
So just to be clear, the road is going to be 22 feet wide,
I would,
exclusive of the parking. You're going to have a 20-foot clear width.
yes, again, I could totally respect, understand with the current paving, absolutely on-street parking should not be allowed.
Right.
We're proposing to improve the road.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm comfortable with the second.
Yes, they would replat it at some point and dedicate right away, and there would be the additional right away.
I don't even know that we need to replat.
Oh, okay.
Because it's all.
The
in
right of way's there.
The right of way's there. The road's just really narrow.
Gotcha.
And I'm talking to other folks on this, that some of the asphalt section under grass, but we're just planning to improve the road.
Sure.
Right, to give it the width.
Any other discussion?
I'm glad to see this moving forward.
Right, in spite of transportation.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you just said?
That's exactly what I just said.
Okay.
I
That's what I heard.
hesitate to say this because I don't want to drag this out, but I do want to point out something. I'm for this, think it's great. But I think one of the things that we just said was, we're doing this because it's a nonprofit or whatever but honestly, man, we need to be doing this kind of thing we don't have enough affordable housing in this community. If we could do this for a nonprofit, we should be able to do it for-profit builders that can do this probably more efficiently, no offense. But if we could figure out a way to get young people in housing, it's a win, whether it's a nonprofit or a for-profit.
And
Hallelujah.
that's why I asked the question about the parking, because I think this is something we need to study in the long term.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I dare you. Motion carries. All right, item 4 on our agenda is mandatory referral 2025-0130. It is a staff recommended approval for an unopened right-of-way off the 4200 block of Bonnie Oaks to be abandoned. Is there any opposition present? All right, and is the applicant present? All right. Mr. Schultz?
Yeah, this is a request to abandon a partial right-of-way abandonment. Purpose is to combine property. You can see on the map here, it's part of Benton Drive. The property, this is the area highlighted in red, is where the property is being abandoned, the right-of-way. Here's an aerial view, show it's industrial and commercial. Benton Drive comes down, it stops. This is the right-of-way going to the south. It's unopened at this point. There are no steep slopes on the property. Here's the right-of-way view from Bonnie Oaks Drive. Applicant's property from Benton Drive. Here's the site plan submitted with a request. You can see this shaded area, crosshatch area. That's the limits of the right-of-way closure. This request does meet the City of Chattanooga right-of-way abandonment closure and policy. So staff recommends to approve. Again, we rely quite heavily on the Transportation Department for these recommendations. So we recommend to approve.
Thank you, Mike Price, MAP Engineers. So whatever action this board takes, please just make certain that my daughter will come over to my house with my grandson when this is all said and done.
I was going to ask if y'all were going to have dinner tonight.
Well, as long as the meeting's running, we all might be having dinner together. So I'd like to hear what my daughter is in opposition for, and then we'll figure out where we go from there.
Good afternoon, Hannah Claire Price Bogus of Chambliss, Bonner, and Stoffel. We represent the owner at the end of Benton Drive at 4250. We're just opposed as the application is currently presented, as it cuts off our potential to directly access Bonnie Oaks. Really, we'd just like some time to talk with the applicant and see if there's something mutually acceptable we can come up with. So hopefully dinner tonight is still on. Thank you.
I'll accept a 30-day deferral so that we can bring peace to the family.
Move 30-day deferral.
I saw several hands go up, or more than one hand in opposition. Was that just the two of y'all? Okay. All right. We have a motion for a 30-day deferral. It has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is a mandatory referral case 2025-0131. And this is for a sewer easement abandonment, and has a staff recommendation to approve, and it's located at the 600 block of Vine Street. Is there any opposition present? We have some opposition here. And is the applicant? Oh, okay. Thank you. Is there any opposition here? We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda is item 6. It's case 2025-0132, and this is located at 7406 Tyner Road. Staff is recommended to approve with conditions an applicant's request to rezone from RN-2 to CC. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? And in regards to the conditions? Okay, we have a motion to approve with conditions, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 7 on our agenda is mandatory referral case 2025-0133, and this is located at 7400 block of Sonia Lane. Staff is recommended to approve with conditions a right-of-way closure and abandonment. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? And are you okay with the conditions? We have a motion to approve with conditions. It has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8 on our agenda is case 2025-0134, and this is located at 5502 Dayton Boulevard. Staff has recommended to deny an applicant's request to rezone from RN-2 to CMU-1. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? All right. Mr. Schultz.
And the applicant, the staff recommendation was deny the applicant's request and approve CNT for this location. But this is a request to rezone from RN2 residential neighborhood zone to CMU1, which is a commercial mixed use zone with conditions. It's a corporate office and dwelling. It's 1.2 acres in size. You can see on the zoning map here.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Sure.
So I'm sorry, I was just reading off the agenda and the agenda said deny, but you just said that it was approve other?
Yes, it's approved CNT. I think, I don't want to speak for the applicant. I'm sure he's opposed to the CNT.
You are opposed to the CNT?
Yeah, you mean,
Okay.
talk?
No, I
or
just
after
wanted
he's
to make
done?
sure that you were before we heard.
Well, I
all
mean,
of-
for my use, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the applicant proposed 2 conditions, office and residential uses only. You can see there's no zoning history for this property, but to the north is RN1, 6 with a PUD. To the south is RN2, CC, and IL. There is no mixed use zones at this location. It's pretty much residential and a little bit of CC to the south. It's currently a church. To the north is single unit residential. To the south is single unit residential. And to the west, I believe that's in Red Bank. That's a manufactured home park. And then you have commercial further south. Here's a view of the site. I think he's using the existing structure for office, and upstairs will be the single family dwelling. Another view of the site. North of the site, this is the RN16 PUD. This is south of the site, corporate office. This is west of the site, that's in Red Bank. It's in the Hickson North River Plan, which recommends a medium business mix, which is 2005 when plan was adopted. Here's a closer view of that land use plan recommendation. Here's a view of the site plan submitted since it's a reuse of the existing building. The proposed use is compatible with adopted land use plan and adjacent land uses. However, the CMU1 zone is not compatible with land use plan or the development form or adjacent uses because it's a higher intense zone. It's an urban type zone. It's not a suburban zone you use at this location. Staff recommends to deny the request but approve CNT, which is more of a neighborhood commercial transition zone that allow office and single units in one building. So staff recommends deny as the applicant requested, but recommends a CNT as it's a transition zone at this location.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Jason Medeiros, Hamilton County resident, my primary residence, 904 Dunson Lane. I don't know if I'm supposed to say all that road, but I heard it a whole bunch earlier. I'm interested in taking this property and converting it in to an administrative office. I have talked to the city council person. This is in Chattanooga. It's on the north end of Dayton Boulevard. There are a lot of commercial and industrial uses around. The residential development behind it, if you go back a couple of photos and look at the side view, there you go. The developer behind it that built a residential neighborhood pretty much cut this property out. So either if you keep it in its current use, it needs to tear the church down and turn it into a duplex. Because the zoning that y'all requested, I would have to take down half the church in order to redevelopment or reuse this. So all I'm looking to do is turn it into an administrative office, which I did get city council person's approval, and then perhaps upstairs, turn it into an apartment.
Okay, and I think I asked earlier, is there any opposition present?
And I did talk to, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I did talk to 2 other adjacent, the developer behind me and one of the adjacent property owners.
Okay.
I did what I thought I was asked to do. And staff did help, by the way. They did give me a lot of information. They gave me a bunch of charts and stuff to look up, but which is also the reason why I had some consultants also recommend the one that we did.
And Mr. Schultz, did you show us some conditions that the applicant had?
Yeah, the applicant did propose 2 conditions, well, 1, office and residential uses only.
Okay. All right.
I'm confused by the comment. You'd have to tear the church down if it were.
There's
height restrictions for the zoning that they requested.
And my intention was to leave the building as is.
Would that?
It'd be existing
non-conforming, yeah.
non-conforming use.
So you wouldn't have to tear anything down?
No,
right?
I wouldn't think so. Yeah, as long as you use existing building.
The information I was given, it said, no, you could not. I also couldn't use the existing parking lot.
I could totally hear that coming out of LDO. I mean, I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but I mean, yeah, I'm assuming you talked to somebody in LDO.
Yes, but I
And-
also have, you know, the charts and diagrams. I mean, you could pick something different. We picked the one with also with consultants and talking to people that kept within the city council person's request, which was not to have a storage laydown area. All my purpose was to use it as an administrative office, and not today, because there'd be a lot of work to have to do to get permitted, to go through this crap y'all heard earlier, to put an apartment upstairs. That's it. Just trying to redevelop something existing. Otherwise, it's going to sit there, unfortunately.
I'm hearing from one side that CNT will work for what you're saying. I'm hearing from another side that it won't work. I'm going to go ahead and move staff recommendation for CNT and urge y'all to iron this out and make sure that's correct before it gets to city council. So that's my motion.
We have a motion to
Approve
approve
staff
staff recommendation, which is CNT. Do you want to speak in opposition? Uh-huh. We do have I'm fine with you coming up here and tell us your name and address. We do have a motion on the floor. Does it have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny the applicant's request and approve CNT neighborhood transition commercial zone. Yes, ma'am.
So my name is Michelle Miller. I'm with Carlock Realtors in Hickson. I represent the seller on this. I had called down to zoning and spoke with Caleb Fisher in transportation, and he had actually sent me an email stating, and I can provide a copy of it, that this structure, as long as the footprint didn't change, there's not really going to be anything as far as removal of the asphalt or the concrete. So what he's speaking of, as far as busting up the parking lot.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, refresh my memory, what's CNT?
It's like when Commissioner Byrd asked earlier, it's a commercial transition zone, allows those commercial uses that are almost like a neighborhood serving zone. It's a transition between residential and your heavier commercial to the south.
Okay, thank you.
That's why staff went with the CNT as more appropriate at this location.
So he
But
can,
it's like a home office.
No, that's not what I was explaining.
so he can have his office and a residence upstairs.
Yes, it allows the mixed uses.
And what's the problem with that?
I think he's saying,
If you read the stuff that y'all have, this is why y'all had everybody here fussing at you earlier about your Hamilton One plan. You know, there's restrictions that at some point, when you do some renovation up to a certain percent, the business I'd be putting in here is a commercial or industrial construction company, administrative offices. It says, one, I've got a height restriction, which would kill the steeple. I understand everybody talking about it, but I don't mind, but that's not what this was for. This was to hopefully pass zoning or recommendation for zoning for city council approval, which I don't know when it is. And I did talk to my council person, but also the parking, I would have to take out the parking. I know it's existing and people say that you don't, but that was the reason why we recommended to go to MU1 instead of CNT.
Are you parking any equipment there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And that was one of the conditions that the council person said, you know, hey, don't
It's
turn
not
this
on-
into a
not
laydown.
laydown. Are y'all on the same team? It seems like you're arguing, it seems like you should be on the same team and you're arguing at each other.
He has a contingency to back out of his contract if this is not approved, what he's loaning, and we're trying to say that it would be approved. I called and spoke with Emily Wood, Caleb Fisher, Levi Witt. I didn't get a chance to speak with Leah Swilly, that everyone there said they could not find anything but matching with what he was saying.
Now, the construction laydown yard, that is different. I did hear that from.
It is, and MU1 does prohibit that.
And so does the CNT, right?
Yes.
Either one, either, so if we give him what the motion is right now, he can use it for an administrative office. He can park his vehicles in the parking lot that exists currently. He doesn't have to tear the steeple down because it's non-conforming use.
Correct.
What
And
can you not-
steeples are exempt from the height requirements anyway.
So what can you not do that you want to do if we give you the CNT?
Well, the exemption is when you're and I'm not trying to rewrite anything, and nor do I care, and I'm not sure I understand what your comment a minute ago was, but I am interested in purchasing the property. But if we can get this zone, but if when it converts to this something different, the regulations that y'all emailed me, which I can pass around, but I'm sure y'all have the little forms, talks about height restrictions, it talks about where to park when you're using that CNT.
For new construction. For new construction.
And that's what I have right here from the transportation department.
Well, yeah, but I can give the form, or y'all can get this. I guess everybody's going to tell me to defer something from what I've heard from right now, but all I'm looking to do is to use it to take a property that is going to sit vacant for a while, because you're not going to find somebody to put a duplex on it, which is what it's zoned for right now. And you can't tie it into the development behind it very easily because of how they changed the grades. And use part of it as an office, which is similar to what's less than a mile all around. And then also a apartment up above,
I think
long term.
I think we just did, if the motion gets you what you want, I call the question.
It seems to me like there's no opposition amongst planning commissioners, nor amongst either of y'all. The nuance is, does
The definition.
which of the two zones gets you there? And so you've got until October 14th, at least, to get real sure about the thing that, it sounds like everybody's in agreement. This sounds great. You know, but, and so there is opportunity between here and it hitting city council for staff and y'all to be sure that CNT works. And if it doesn't, then there is the opportunity at city council for
Switch it back.
it to be presented by the city council member with the other option that works. Because I don't think anybody's saying no. So I think either way, either CNT works, yes, check, do the homework, check the box, or it doesn't, and then we go with the other one at city council.
Pre-submittal app and the pre-app meeting, either one of those.
I'm just going to go ahead and take a vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank
So
you.
what was the approval?
You just got.
CNT.
And then I show up October 14th and or prior.
Well,
with
I
my
mean, I
council
think
person.
what's been encouraged to you is to do the research. If you do enough research that you can prove to the city council person that this zone does not allow you to do what it is you need to do, then you need to get your city council person to change this at city council.
Okay. But they have the ones that, because some of this has changed. City council's the ones that approve it.
We're making a recommend,
Okay,
yeah, we're making a recommendation to city council,
correct,
which will be in about a month.
correct.
And so just verify between now and then that now that you would have this zone, that you can do what you need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we just have him could you just call staff in the next few days so we can get that worked out in plenty of time?
Sure.
Thank you.
Item 9 on our agenda is case 2025-0135, and this is a staff recommendation to approve a rezoning request located at 5749 Level Field Loop from IH Industrial Heavy Zone to OS Open Space Zone. Is there any opposition?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion?
I just think, Chairman, I do want to make one point. We have the representative from the airport. I would love it if we could show a quick diagram in color of what they plan to do. I think it's a fabulous project, and I'm proud that it's in District 6. So if you could just come forward, Jack, thank you for being here and waiting it out. It's an exciting project for the airport and for the community, or for the whole city. So thank you for indulging.
We are in the middle of a motion, I believe. So we have a motion that has been seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Sir, thank you.
Thank you. Jack McAfee with the Chattanooga Metropolitan Airport. So we applied to the Blue Cross Blue Shield Healthy Places grant, and we're one of 3 applicants out of 81 to receive that. And the site, if you're familiar with the airport, it's on top of a hill, oversees the entire airfield right off level field loop. And it's, if you've ever flown out of Charlotte, they have a similar park, and it was kind of where the inspiration for this came from. But the goal is to have a space that anyone can come to and view airplanes taking off, landing, spend time at the airport. We have people just parking on the side of the road right now to watch airplanes, which is unsafe. It's not per regulations. So we'd like to have a place that's dedicated. Plans for bathrooms. We actually have an actual aircraft that's going to be put into the park that people will be able to go into, take pictures in, and long-term visions of maybe food trucks meeting there so people can just gather and have meals together. So that's really the vision.
It's fantastic. Thank you.
Very cool.
I will say, if every developer brought that to planning commission, we would have no opposition. If it was all parks and open space, we'd have nowhere for anybody to live. Item 10 on our agenda is case 2025-0136, and this is located at 7808 Hickson Pike. And staff is recommended to deny an applicant's request to rezone from R2A to R3 multifamily residential district. Is there any opposition present?
We did receive a petition in opposition to this.
Okay, yes, thank you. And the applicant's present? Thank you. Mr. Schultz.
Yeah, this is in the county. This is a request to rezone from R2A Rural Residential District and A1 Agriculture District to R3 Multifamily Residential District. See the cross hatching on this piece of property? That was for a short-term vacation rental issue for this property a couple years ago. It's roughly 2 acres in size. Number of units proposed on this property is 12. That's a density of 6 dwelling units per acre. Again, as I stated, this site did receive a special permit for STVR back in 2016. If you go back to the zoning map, there's no R3 near this property. It's R2A. It does have RTZ across the street, but everything abutting this property is either A1 or R2. See the north is single unit residential. To the south is TBA owned. There's vacant land. There's warehousing and vacant property to the west, as well as single unit residential. Here's a view of the site. This is a view of the site. That house, I think, is remaining for use as STVR. This is north of the site, single family dwelling. South of the site. This is west of the site, some of the warehousing across Hickson Pike. This is in the Middle Valley area of the Plan Hamilton. Hate to mention that word, but it's pending. But as of today, y'all did adopt. It's countryside residential. As a rural character, consists of primarily single-family homes on large lots. Here's a site plan submitted with a request. It's I think it's townhome development abutting the river. Here's a closer view of what that looks like. The site plan. This request is not compatible with adjacent land uses. Again, as most of that's single-family dwellings. The request is not compatible with adjacent development form, as those are all single-family lots on large lots. Approving R3 district at this location would introduce a higher intense zone, and the request is not compatible with the pending Plan Hamilton recommendation of countryside residential, so staff recommended to deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. The applicant's present. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name's James Rogers, 7808 Hickson Pike. I appreciate the opportunity to respectfully submit my request for a rezoning reclassification from the R1 to R3 multifamily residential for the parcel located at 7808 Hickson Pike in Hickson. The proposed development is a 12-unit lakefront condominium complex designed to meet regional housing needs while preserving the nature character of the site. For reference, it's the very first piece of property on Hickson Pike with lake frontage on Lake Chickamauga, so it provides beautiful views. 2 flat acres. Let me go through it. Just to let you know a little bit about myself, I'm the owner of PPS Orthotic Prosthetic Services here in Chattanooga. We provide artificial limbs and bracing for our community, as well as the owner of Phoenix Rehab and Mobility, which we provide some of the most complex wheelchairs in this area. I've been working in healthcare here for over 30 years. I'm actually the state president of the Association of Tennessee Home Medical Equipment Suppliers, and I've literally taken care of thousands of people. Now I have an opportunity to help a lot of other people. 20 years ago, I bought this home to raise my family on Hickson Pike. The 5-lane highway was under construction. The house was built in 1969, 2 flat acres. It's surrounded on 2 sides by TVA property. I only have one neighbor that fronts up against me. It sits on a 5-lane highway with sidewalks, sewer, all the utilities. It was developed for, I think, this type of project. I recognized the potential of the project at the time. With TVA approval, I did build a boat dock that'll cover 2 boats in the backyard. In 2018, I had a great idea. I imagined a multifamily dwelling, lakefront condominium dwelling in my backyard. Don't even have to take down the house that I have there now. It does not block any of my neighbors' view of the lake. I contacted the regional planning agency at that time, and they sent out one of their representatives to walk the property. And they loved the idea. And they said to me, we didn't build a 5-lane highway with sewer sidewalks for nothing. So I've watched Hickson Pike develop ever since. And then I noticed that across the street, they decided to put in 50 townhomes directly across the street from my home. And beside that is a commercial property. That corridor through there is developing like crazy. So I thought this might be the time. This is the right time. And I think it also can set the tone for that community. If there's needs across the street that's been approved, that's under construction, I thought maybe some of them would rather live on the lake. I'd like to give the others the opportunity to leave a lakefront, close in to town life. Expand housing diversity in this area, offering mid-sized, low-maintenance homes for retirees, professionals, and families seeking lake access without the upkeep of a single-family home. They're going to be about 1,650 square feet each. It enhances the land use by clustering units in a way that preserves green space and minimizes environmental disruption. Support regional housing goals, contributing to the Chattanooga Metro's projected need for 23,000 new houses by 2030. Economic and environmental benefits include to boost the local tax base to increase property values in owner-occupied units, stimulate the local commerce by attracting residents who will patronize near businesses, marinas, and service providers. In fact, we just had the Southern Restaurant and Armando's, 2 restaurants that were in walking distance, quarter mile of my home, that are closed now. Traffic impact would be minimal. It's only 12 units. Direct access from a 5-lane highway. Utilities and services are readily available, and the project will comply with all county infrastructure standards. I do believe this is the highest and best use of the property. The problem came in with the change to Plan Hamilton. The current way that it is zoned that is in absolutely complies. This would comply with the zoning that's in there, or the area that's the plan that's in place today. This project is designed with care for the land, for the people, for the future of Hickson. And I respectfully ask for your support in rezoning this parcel to R3, as we can move forward with a development that reflects our shared values, growth, sustainability, and community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. If you're here in opposition and wish to speak, come on up. As a reminder, the time allotted for opposition is only 9 minutes. So while you can get irritable about it, it is 9 minutes. So there's like 9 of you that want to speak. When we get to 9 minutes, we're gonna be done talking.
I think there's only gonna be 2 or 3 of us that speak
Okay,
for 9 minutes. I heard.
okay.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon. I know it's been a long afternoon, so thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. My name is Nick Andrews. I live at 7810 Hickson Pike. It's actually the house adjacent to James Rogers. I have a cordial relationship with James Rogers. I just want to mention that. I stand here on behalf of at least 13 neighboring property owners. And together we submitted a letter last week where we had 25 signatures in opposition to this rezoning. In fact, if you see behind me, all these people behind me are in opposition to this, and there were more earlier. Unfortunately, some people had to pick up kids and had to exit. But I just want you to know that, simply put, our community along Hickson Pike on the east side there is strongly opposed to this rezoning. Some of our primary concerns in the letter, which we tried not to bring emotion or anything like that, just straight facts, no speculation. The first one includes the TVA shoreline access for boat and traffic safety. This property, James's property, adjoins TVA Zone 7 shoreline, which is recreation land. Under TVA's Section 26A permitting rules, 12 households, which is what is being asked to be rezoned here, they cannot simply share or expand a private dock. I know this because I actually filed for this $500 permitting process that took multiple months and much research with TVA and the Army Corps. That access would require marina level permitting and stricter safety review. I think what's failed to notice here by the pictures is that it's on a narrow cove and it's very shallow. And adding more people to this property would make it very congested and very difficult to navigate. Adding 12 units here would create unsafe boating conditions, and it would directly conflict with the TVA shoreline management property priorities. Yet this development is still being marketed around lake access and water appeal, which is basically a promise that cannot be realistically delivered under TVA's rules. Potential buyers might be sold the idea of private water access that's not feasible, and that's going to create very long-term frustration with the community and potential conflicts. And another major concern that we had outlined, cited in the letter, was the violation of the R3 setback requirements, which is the zone being asked for. The sketch that was submitted does not comply with R3's 25-foot front and rear setbacks and is a fundamental representation of buildable area. If you look, the proposed building is shown against the rear property line in many cases, which is effectively relying on TVA land, not his own land, for open space. That's not permissible. This condensed layout worsens impact on parking, stormwater, traffic flow, and raises serious questions about both the feasibility and appropriateness of the current rezoning request in general. In the interest of time, we had many other reasons outlined in our letter. I will not cover those here. However, our groups submitted a detailed letter including flood risk, stormwater strain, traffic safety. As I mentioned, there's another complex going across the street. And also the inconsistencies with the desire of the Hamilton County Plan Hamilton. As you can see, it's slated for countryside residential. So in summary, for me, this proposal is unsafe and non-compliant and inconsistent with county planning goals. On behalf of our group, we respectfully urge the commission to deny this rezoning request. Thank you.
Good evening, as it is now, members of the commission. My name is Jennifer Andrews, and I am the co-owner of the house neighboring the property up for rezoning, and I live at 7810 Hickson Pike. For 6 years now, we have been the tolerant and patient neighbors of the short-term VRBO that Mr. Rogers has run out of this house for 9 years. And As altruistic as Mr. Rogers' reason for rezoning his property sounds, he does not currently live in the home. Ours is a line of single dwelling family homes, and that's exactly who owns them, families. Some like mine, the Reeves and the Stollards, who are raising young children and attending the neighborhood school. This rezone request is incompatible for this side of Hickson Pike along the lake and would pose many safety concerns for the number of boats in and out of a narrow slough. And I know that lake is not your jurisdiction. However, we know that with there only being summer water and it being a narrow slough, we have pictures, lots of pictures to back up the flooding along all of this TVA land. Furthermore, we went through, as my husband said, the stringent process of being approved to build a dock by TVA and the Army Corps. And while I cannot speak for TVA, their policies for a 26A dock permitting are tight, and multiple property owners may not file use for a community dock permit. So I find it highly unlikely that TVA would approve a community dock in such a tight area for the exact safety concerns that we have. There's a better chance that it would be disputed and required to be dismantled, which has happened around the corner from our house across the lake. So if a dock is out of the question, the lake appeal for these condominiums is greatly diminished. And lastly,
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt, but there's all these people that are standing behind you, and I
I don't
think they're all going to be pretty,
I think there's only
Okay.
like one more, there's only
That's-
one more talking.
that's fine.
So lastly, the TVA recreation zone land behind our houses is a shared obligation of the neighbors to maintain. And there have been many instances included, we have pictures where we've had to tow or winch Airbnb tenants out of the mud, even though Mr. Rogers tells his tenants not to drive through TVA land to the water where there is lake access. And we know that if we do not fill the ruts and maintain this recreation property, we all risk losing access. And so I imagine you to ask if there were 12 additional individual tenants utilizing this home, the undue burden it would put on their surrounding neighbors. For safety reasons and to remain compatible with Plan Hamilton and to prevent undue burden on surrounding neighbors, I respectfully urge you to deny this rezoning request.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your tolerance and staying so late tonight to get to us. My name's Mike Brown. I live at 7828 Hickson Pike, four units down from where they plan to build the condominium. I moved there to get out into the country, away from the city. It's been there a long time. We moved in 2007. And I sure would hate for it to become much more busy than it is. Right across the street, there's a 52-unit townhome complex going in. I mean, exactly across the street. 12 units, you're talking about 100 and something cars that'll be coming in and out of there, congesting traffic even more than what it is now. And already there's a policeman that stays just quarter-mile down the road because of traffic issues on Hickson Pike in that area. He's there every morning and every night, watching for speedsters and keeping people safe. The area is a TVA buffer zone. It has natural wetland signs all along down through there. So having 12 families flood that area doesn't bode well for the Hamilton plan. If it does, Plan Hamilton, it does come about. It's currently country residential, 2 dwellings per acre. That's what we'd like for it to stay. The whole neighborhood is supporting each other in this. Just 2 days ago, a doe and 2 fawns came right out of that field that he's talking about building 2 acres of hardscape on. Where's all that water going to go to? It's already a wetland. Whenever it rains hard, there's a protected creek back there, and the wildlife, natural areas there will certainly take a big hit if so many people get in. And thank you so much for the time that you've given us. Please help us defend CR2. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you're welcome to come back up.
I respect my neighbors. They've been fine neighbors, and I can understand their concerns, absolutely can. But they did buy a home on a 5-lane highway.
We did not.
At least some of them did, excuse me.
2-lane highway.
Okay, I concede that. There is no, the way the plans are made, there is no parking on TVA property. If you look at the property, there is a gigantic buffer zone between my property and the lake. It's probably 3 or 4 acres, a gigantic corner there. Plenty of room for a lot of different things, particularly recreation. The TVA restriction issue is something I tell you frankly, I have not researched to see if there could be another dock there. I have a dock now. If TVA will not allow a dock there, it'll be, instead of being, it'll be a lake view property instead. But it still would have the same character related to it. And you could go in and out of there with, you know, canoes and kayaks and that type of thing. So I would meet all of the restrictions that are in place, or I'd be here for a variance if that's what's needed to be done. I really appreciate you considering my proposal.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Is this before you get to Lakeside, or is this
It's
Lakeside?
before you get to Lakeside. It's right past Chester Frost Park.
This is Hamilton County.
Where you
then,
turn
right?
to Chester from Gold Point.
Gotcha.
And like Southern Restaurant is less than a quarter mile. The other part I did want to say is that y'all have approved R3 housing for 1,500 feet down the road from me on Hickson Pike. R3 has been approved. It's included in their report. So this isn't out of the ordinary, I think, especially when you just put in these, approve these townhomes across the street from me.
Mr. Janway.
I was going to make a motion to deny based off of our vote today to adopt Plan Hamilton, and this is non-conforming.
Second.
We have a motion to deny, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Yes.
I mean, I am going to vote with you to deny, but I mean, I do think that we hear a lot about, you know, I don't think it's necessarily just like a NIMBY thing. I mean, it's like the infrastructure's there, right? I mean, like the growth pattern is planned for with some of the infrastructure elements that we have had those conversations about. Well, you know, I think at times it's pretty clear that a windy 2-lane with a bunch of blind curves, that one, those instances do seem a little bit less opportune for large scale growth development. I just think that, you know, if the goals are leveraging our infrastructure to the best uses, I mean, and I'm not saying that several things are kind of all crashing into my head. Number one is, I think for the public to understand, rezoning is not approving a plan. So while the plan that you see may have problems in terms of setbacks and parking things and all that stuff, that plan may be no good, but the rezoning allows for a use that then it's incumbent on the parties to figure out how to make that plan actually work to the thing. But I'm just saying that adding density, you know, incremental density along corridors, I just don't know. It feels like so few people say they want it, but we absolutely need it. I mean, you know, a statistic we didn't talk about earlier is that the people that fall into the 100% area median income in our area, they got left in the dust in 2021. Like since 2021, 100% of AMI, a home has been completely out of reach. And so I just feel like a conversation as the community is, in whose backyard is it? Like, you know, because it seems like it's a, you know, anyway, I'll get off that soapbox, but I think, you know, that gap is ever widening, and the one big lever we've got to pull is land availability. So we got to figure out strategically where are those available pieces that we need to be seeing. We've already got infrastructure. It makes sense. This might not be it, but it just is like, there's some aspects of it that on paper kind of seems like, well, maybe that could, but anyway, I'm gonna go with no. But I just want to kind of get on that soapbox for a minute. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's Karen.
Oh. Sorry. That was just so pleasant opposed to everything else I'm hearing. I was like, I don't know where that's coming from. Is it time to go home?
May I just make a note that to that point that that portion of Plan Hamilton shows everything west of Hickson Pike, south of here and all the way north past Sequoia Access is suburban residential. So I think the plan does see that as a suburban area. To your point, we have a 5-lane cross section. It's just this portion really up to Lakeside between Hickson Pike to the water is countryside residential. But the plan is noting that that it is a suburban area.
I would, if it's okay, I'd like to add a point of clarity too. I mean, I worked on this plan and we had a long discussion about this corridor and decided to move any density to the west side of the road on purpose, just out of a sort of character and preservation of natural resources argument. There's not that much land on the river. And so we wanted to sort of protect that viewpoint as you drive Hickson Pike. So we did allow for some density. It just happens to be on the other side of the road.
We have a motion to deny and it has been properly seconded. Is there any other discussion?
May I say one thing?
We're going to take action. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Yes, sir.
I was just going to say that the denial was based on it being countryside, and she just said that it was suburban residential, which does comply with
I think she's referencing the other side of the street.
That's correct.
the other side of the street.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. Good job.
So do we not get a round of applause? I mean, we're, okay. Keep it coming. All right, now you can go. Go tell the Times Free Press that we just listened to the opposition in this case and took action to support you. Oh, well, she won't write that story because that doesn't get the views. No offense, Ellen, but I mean, come on. Somebody text Eversole. All right. Case number 2025-0136. Oh, we just took action on that. All right. Mandatory referral 2025-0137. This is located in 200 block of East 19th Street. Staff is recommended to approve a right-of-way closure and abandonment. Is there any opposition present?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is case 12. It's case 2025-0138. It's located at 1547 Mercer Street. And this is a plan unit development amendment. It's recommended for approval with conditions. Is there any opposition present? And Tiffany, are you okay with the conditions?
Move
Okay.
to approve with conditions.
We have a motion to approve with conditions and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr.
Next
Chairman,
item.
Tiffany was a little upset you didn't call her up to talk about the floodplain stuff. By the
Well,
way,
you know,
I'll give you applause if you don't.
No one took you up on that.
no, because they're afraid to say the truth. Because the truth is unpopular in regards to the floodplain discussion. Come up, come up, come up. So, Mike, come up. So, we're hearing all of this about floodplains and how when floodplains are filled, it floods adjacent properties.
It does do that.
So tell us the science behind that, because we just picked a number that was 60 and I'm not understanding it. And we're almost to the end of our agenda and I'm not going to make dinner anyways. And neither are you at this point. So please, somebody explain to us, because my understanding has always been that if you stay out of the floodway, it does not flood adjacent properties.
So that can be true. It is not always true. So what you have is a floodway is, so follow me here on the track, is the minimal cross-sectional area required to capture a flow of water at a set elevation. But if you check flood maps, sometimes what you will find is that the floodplain elevation is higher than the floodway elevation. Okay? So what it means is you can fill in all the floodplain, but the floodway elevation will not change. But it may be that it will be up to where the floodplain elevation, so it may raise the elevation.
So as an example, because I cannot fathom how you have 100 acres of land, 25 of it's in the floodplain. You fill all 25 of it. What have you raised the adjacent property owners' water elevations by? I mean, we're talking thousandths of an inch, right?
So
Thousands.
to your point, one of the things that we find that is extremely frustrating with federal rules at FEMA is that when we do flood studies, we are trying to get to a 1/100th of an inch accuracy. Understanding that we are approximating drainage areas that are in the thousands of acres, and we could be off by a few hundred. That we make assumption on the soil types, we make assumption on the time of concentrations, we make assumptions on the cross sections, we make assumptions of what the roughness coefficient. To say that we can get that accurate is to say that I can sit right here and write a formula to get us straight to the moon, you know, and be able to give that to a aeronautical engineer. It can't be done, but that's the level of standard that we're held to. The reality is you could fill in that 25 acres and it could have zero impact on the flood elevation. It's also true that that same 25 acres someplace else could be filled in and you could have a slight increase in flood elevations.
So why is our regulations not requiring a flood study to determine whether or not a floodplain can be filled, or a flood study to determine whether or not it's 60% or 70% or 50 or 0 or 100? Why are we passing a regulation for 60, an arbitrary number that may or may not have any impact?
So I think this will have a positive impact overall. What I will say is when, again, whether the number was 75 or 60 or whatever the number is, the way that the staff has put this together, you are not filling the portions closest to the stream. And as a general rule, that's where you have your biggest bang for your buck. If you think of it in terms of the way most times it works, the further you get away from a creek bank, the higher the elevations are, the less volume that's up here versus down here by the creek. So by picking that number, you're protecting the area with the highest volume that would be remaining in the floodplain. So it is good versus just saying you can fill 60%, whether it's against the creek area or some other area. So by the way that they've written the regulations, that has the biggest bang for the buck. If you look at it, you could, to your point, do flood studies, but then you're going to be spending a lot of money. Now, from my standpoint, it's good for my business because you'll be doing more studies as it relates to floodplain studies. But
already some developments require flood studies.
some do when you get over 50 acres, when you are conveying a flow. But currently in a floodplain, you can fill it, but we do not have to do necessarily a flood study. We have to do flood studies if it is an unknown elevation. But with the recent passage of the firm panel maps in the county, we now pretty well know universally what all the flood elevations are throughout the county. So I think that at the end of the day, yes, 60% it's not based on science per se, but I would say that overall it will have a positive impact. Whatever number would have been picked will have a positive impact.
Tiffany. There you go. Next item on our agenda is case 2025-0140. It's Magnolia Gardens, HOA 7500 and 7600 block of Magnolia Leaf Lane. And there's an application to lift conditions. Staff has recommended to approve this and the following case. Is there any opposition?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 14 is case 2025-0141. And this is the same addresses, and this is for a plan unit development abandonment, and it has a staff recommendation to approve. We have a motion to approve. I need a second.
Second.
Has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Schultz?
I'll let Karen, she wrote these, I'll let her speak to the first one.
So we've been doing our weekly coordination with LDO every Thursday morning and trying to just be more regular about cleaning up items. So the form-based code amendment adds item C on here. One of the questions or items that LDO had is when someone is triggering the 25% cumulatively, but they're increasing gross area up to 25%, and then a year later come in, I think, and do 24 more percent, and 3 years later, 24 more percent. So they're never triggering. Item C is just saying at some point, you're triggering the cumulative percentage of improvements. And so this was language they came up with to help them with enforcement. And the second item, I'm sorry, the second item is in this is not in the form-based code. This is the standard zoning ordinance. This is a cleanup at the buffer, a cleanup on the table. It has minimum planting requirements followed by the language there. We don't want the term minimum planting requirements. It's somehow just, I think when we were amending the documents originally got carried over. So it does not change the intent, and it really doesn't change the language except getting rid of minimum planting requirements. It sits on the table with all of this, and it's just removing that, and it's helping them with enforcement, but it should not be changing anything, my understanding.
Any questions? Is there any opposition? Tiffany or Mike, have you seen these before today? Any comments on them? On the first of these resolutions, we have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. On the second of these, is there any discussion? What's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve. And it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. On item 3, a resolution to amend the official zoning ordinance of the city of Lakeside to include additional provisions for permitted uses in mixed-use zones.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. I'm assuming there's no opposition present. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have a resolution to amend the Hamilton County zoning resolution regulating development within the unincorporated area of Hamilton County to minimize danger to life and property due to flooding and to maintain eligibility for participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. What is that, Brian?
This is what Mike was talking about earlier. The county's adopted new FEMA maps. This was adopted by the county commission last month because it's a zoning code, and the zoning code has to come to this body first. So this is a follow-up of that, just to maintain eligibility in the flood insurance program.
Gotcha. We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We're not going to do staff updates. Is there any public comment on non-agenda items?
Good evening, Grace Mine at 1458 Palisades Road. Hopefully I can get a clarification as to what's next, because I think there's a lot of question out there for Plan Hamilton, and maybe it's a question more for Karen or Brian. Does this go to the state? What's the next step for the plan itself?
I'm
as a
sorry to
document?
interrupt. So we only take public comments on non-agenda items. So if it's been on the agenda, we're not taking public comment on it or questions. So you'll need to follow up with them afterwards.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I guess maybe my other comment was to speak on something I guess I felt like was on full display today, which was a double standard of procedure. So if that's generally procedure, hopefully that is willing to be heard. Just in the sense of procedure for previously for the Plan Hamilton and the procedure for now. I think that prior, when Plan Hamilton came up, there was amendments that were put forward before this committee, before this board, that you did not have any sort of objection to those amendments by the Home Builders Association, that they were presented the day of. Whereas the case for today, you had great objection to those amendments the day of. I feel like that is a great double standard towards the detriment of the public. Also, I hope that if you do indeed have good intent for procedures, that thinking about a couple of items that I've brought to your attention before, which given time, hopefully have been addressed, but seemingly have not. That is to please turn on your microphones at the beginning of the meeting so that all of your comments, no matter who it is, what project it's on, can be heard by the public and is not reliant on you to turn it on when you come to speak. Also,
Can I say something in regard to that? You've said that, but I do want to, the only reason I think I don't know if you know this or not, but I can't hear. When my speaker's on, I can't hear you very well. It's a lot less. I don't.
So there's no feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, if all
So there's no
microphones are
feedback.
on, there's too much static
can't-
feedback.
When you turn it off, you are locked. When mine is off, I can hear you. But when it's on, you're very, I can't hear what I'm hearing. It's a lot worse when my speaker is on.
okay, thank you very much for mentioning the reason why you turn them off. But if you could please turn them on or take more care to turn them on when you are going to speak, it would really help the public to engage in the process to better understand exactly what your comments are. Also, it would be great if the motion, when it is given, also when it is seconded, that the chair actually repeats who motions and who seconds. Was that really 3 minutes? Okay. All right. The other thing is roll call. It'd be great if it was an actual roll call. Thanks.
Well, I think an error might have been made on my part. Josh Lindsay, 416 Donaldson Road. I have a staff report for case number ending in 139. I'm not sure if it wasn't on the agenda.
Are
when I
you the
checked.
applicant?
You're in East Ridge.
Yes.
That goes to their planning commission, East Ridge Planning Commission.
Okay, I was told to attend this meeting. That's why I came, but.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, we don't, East Ridge has their own planning commission. You would go in front of them.
Good news for you is that it's a lot faster. So it will not be a 5-hour meeting.
Right, okay. I guess I was
Really
given the
sorry.
wrong address.
Do you know who told you?
I don't want to really call them out, but it was, I think Diane.
Okay.
Williams.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I'll say, East Ridge Planning Commission, they meet on the first Monday of each month, so.
Okay.
Might give you a little idea when they do meet, but just go to their website or just call down there at East Ridge City Hall, and I'm sure they'll clear it up just to make sure your case is on their agenda.
All right, thank you.
Can I get approval of the planning commission minutes of August 11th? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Payne? Hey,
We all would.